Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Glad to see you here. We are in the South Walton Annex. It's February 27th, 2025, 9 a.m., a little after 9 a.m. I apologize for that. We have 4 commissioners in attendance. We have 1 commissioner. Oh, we have 5 commissioners. Okay, didn't know he was here. Okay, we have all 5 commissioners in attendance. And Jason, would you please start us in the invocation and the pledge?
Let us pray. Lord Jesus, we honor you, we bless you, we lift you up. We give you all the glory for everything you've done from times past to now. Thank you for the cross. Thank you for dying in our stead. And we just bless you today. Ask you to touch every person in this building. Ask you to bless us with your presence and give us direction and wisdom. And we'll be careful to return all the praise and glory for what you're going to do. We ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Carpenter.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. I hope you can hear me a little bit better today.
Much better. Wow, I don't know what we did, but yay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Carpenter for the Planning Department, CARPENTER. We have a number of items for your consideration this morning. We have 1 legislative item, I believe 7 final plats to approve, an apartment complex, and the 30A Surf Club at the end of our meeting. If you'd like, we can begin with the legislative items.
Yes, please.
This would be the Old Seagrove Neighborhood Plan. This is an adoption hearing and the second reading of the ordinance to propose an amendment to the Land Development Code, adopting a new neighborhood plan for the Old Seagrove neighborhood area in accordance with Chapter 8 of the Land Development Code. It includes new regulations applicable only to the proposed neighborhood plan area. It includes increased building setbacks, reduced building heights, certain tree protection standards, signage standards, and other development-related regulations. And additional new regulations are included to limit the number of bedrooms allowed in new short-term rental vacation units, excuse me, among other substantive changes. And Commissioner, you've heard quite a bit about this at the previous hearing, and I think the public has been very interested in this particular project, so you probably heard a lot about that also. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Planning Department's consultant, Kristen
I'd
Schell.
like to ask that every commissioner up here turn their phone on silent, please. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to turn it over to Kristen Schell, our consultant, to introduce the project.
Thank you very much. Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Schell, S-H-E-L-L. I am not going to go back through the plan unless you want me to. We did that at the last meeting, the public hearing. Matt gave a good summary of what's included in there. Just here, if you have questions, we did have a number of options laid out for your consideration. Of course, one of those being to adopt the plan as is, which is the recommended option by the Neighborhood Planning Committee. But there were other numerous options in there for your consideration, and I believe, according to Attorney Atkinson, those are what we're considering today, since that's what was considered at the first hearing. So I'm happy to talk to you about any of those options or the combination of those options, and here available for questions.
That's right, Board. Your parameters today are the 4 options presented or any combination of those. We need to stay broadly within those 4 corners, so to speak, of what we want to do of either the proposed plan or the 4 variable options that Kristen presented the last time, or some combination thereof. We start getting too far outside of that, I do think it could be problematic. However, I would say you do have a lot of leeway within those options the way they were presented, so we're pretty open today.
Can we present those again in public?
Yes, we can. First of all, Kristen, I have a question for you. You said that you are recommending that the proposed, that the, as printed, as you presented, correct? I mean, you're recommending the initial where everyone's included in this, correct? That's the
That
recommendation?
is the recommendation of the Neighborhood Complaint Planning Committee that has worked so hard on this project. And I also am in agreement with that. If you were to deviate, my recommendation is that the cleanest thing to do would be to redraw the boundary rather than play around with, you know, different regulations for different properties inside of there, because the boundary is a little bit of a different standard in my view. And, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but that is where I kind of landed on it, is that would be the cleanest of the alternatives that's presented to you.
But your initial recommendation is to go as is, and you all
Yeah, I
have
mean,
been
that
working
is
on this for 2 years.
Absolutely, that
right?
is what we presented for adoption in the initial public hearing.
Okay, thank you very
One
much.
of the other,
Excuse me, be recognized first. You're recognized.
could you please go over the,
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, so our first option obviously was to adopt as is. The second option was to actually redraw the neighborhood plan boundary to exclude the Solomon properties, which are located on 30A and are a little unique in that they had some previous lot splits there that created two half lots. The original neighborhood plan boundaries were drawn based on the Old Seagrove plats. So it was intended to include that entire neighborhood, if you will, with the exclusion of some commercialization that has happened on the corner there of 395 and 30A and some condo development that happened there adjacent. So those were excluded just by virtue of land use. So the boundary represents a cohesive neighborhood boundary based on the original plats. But like I said, if you were to redraw that and exclude some of those properties, I think that's a little bit cleaner than kind of reaching into the interior of the neighborhood and, you know, sort of altering regulatory schemes within the neighborhood. That's just my planning opinion, and you can take it or leave it. The first option, though, would be to exclude those Solomon properties that do have those two half lots associated with those. And I think there's, you know, proposed development there in the future, and they had objected to not want to do the height and setback requirements. The third option, option C, would be to just change the text of the neighborhood plan to allow the replatting of the Solomon properties. So it's, these properties are designated residential preservation, which, as you know, in the Walton County Land Development Code, really dictates density and intensity. So because they have that half-lot situation, they may need to replat in order to accomplish really the same number of units that were allowed previously prior to that replatting. And the lot splits happened as a course of action by the county. So we permitted those lot splits in the platted subdivision prior to where we are today. So this would just be clear to them that they could replat those lots, but they would stay in the neighborhood plan and they would still be subject to the height and setback limitations. We good on that one?
Thank you.
Okay. Alternative D would be to change the text in the neighborhood plan for the height and setback limitations for certain properties. And as I've mentioned in here, you can do that for the Solomon properties, for other properties, but here we're really reaching into the neighborhood plan and making a substantive change in terms of how those properties will be developed, you know, and some could be internal to the plan area. So that would exempt them from the height and setback limitations by text and parcel mentioned within the plan.
Thank you.
Alternative D is to allow the text change for height and setback for additional properties, including the Salamani. So it's basically the same thing as C, but it would reach further into the neighborhood. The Salamani properties, they were the other party that had objected to the neighborhood plan, are very internal to the neighborhood plan. They are not on the border or the edge or on 30A and similarly situated as the Solomon properties. And then the final alternative, alternative E, is really just a combination of C and D that would allow the replatting and the exemption by text for the height and building setbacks.
Kristen, in your experience with all the neighborhood plans that you've been involved with, and I think you've probably been involved with all of them,
few.
have any of them had exemptions?
So, the one that comes to mind really, Inlet Beach does have, not what I would call an exemption, but it does have special considerations for lots that are south of US 98, that are closer to the beach, that allows them a greater density.
Okay.
So they're in the same zoning district, but they did get sort of a density break, if you will, in that very first neighborhood plan. And we did not change that when we updated that plan in 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
On page 7 of 40, it looks like revised or alternative B is, that's the planned map with the appendage of the white dipping into the proposed district area?
Yeah, so it just excludes the Solomon properties from the plan boundary altogether. So they would not be subject to the neighborhood plan at all.
So you would have folks in the rear, in the plan, to the side and to the front, all within that except for them.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyone else?
Yes, on that same map, where do the Solomon?
Could you put
No,
that-
I know where the Solomon is. Where do the Solomon?
So they're more, yeah, Salamani, oh, no, I don't in that packet. It's, keep going, it's one down from here. Yeah, there you go. Can you blow that and turn around? So the Salamanis are near, on Grove. Salamoni, sorry, really sorry. Yeah, we'll get our map upside down a little bit. If you want to, Jason, go to the property appraiser's map and put these parcel IDs in, we can take it right there. So it's gonna be these. I think it'd be good for you to see visually. Probably could search for their name too. S, yeah. You wanna just search for their name? Go up there and it's S-O-L. S-A-L-A-M-A-N-E. Okay. Okay.
M-O-N-E.
201 West Grove Avenue.
M-O-N-E, there it is, right there. You just passed it.
There, there. Oh. So the Grove one is the one we're looking at? Okay.
Grove. All right, so they're about, 5 or 6 parcels north of 30A.
Dead in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And that was the, really the, so it's hard to make a distinction between them and everyone else who is subject to the neighborhood plan, really that's internal to the neighborhood and not located
Madam Chair.
Okay, yes.
Seems like to me you either have a plan or you don't have a plan, in my mind. When you start picking and choosing here and there and here and there, then what's the use of having a plan? That's just my 2 cents,
agree.
folks.
I agree.
So-
Yes, and I do want to remind the commission that the variance process is still there. Just because you have a neighborhood plan does not mean that you cannot apply for a variance. And that would be including, so if someone had a real hardship due to the setback or some irregular parcel size or something like that, it still exists. And you have the ability to do that. So I think that was really the struggle for me in making that recommendation, is that it's really difficult to go into the plan and choose, exemptions, because and then I think there's also precedent for that, in the future.
I think we just set ourselves up for failure when we start picking and choosing and tweaking here and tweaking there, and then
What about somebody that's lived there for 80 years? You know, somebody that's lived there long before most everybody else was in the neighborhood. And now they're being forced to take a plan they don't want. That's where my problem is. If it was 100% or 90%, but it's not. And I agree, there's problems with allowing somebody deep in the neighborhood. This is not an easy decision,
Yes, sir.
but it's neighbors imposing their will on somebody that's lived there longer than they have. Not everybody's lived there longer than, they haven't lived there longer than probably everybody, but they were one of the first to be down in Old Seagrove. So that's my problem. I think neighborhood plans are great except for that. Now, if it's somebody that moves in after, yeah, you have to follow the rules. But somebody that was before most of these people in this room, that's a little bit of a problem for me.
Well-
And I don't know how to solve that problem, because these people out here, they've worked hard on this, they've gotten a lot of signatures on it, and I think we need a neighborhood plan down there. But I just have a problem with, and I agree, that's right in the middle of the neighborhood, but those people have been there since the 60s.
Well, I'd like to just state that most of us have lived somewhere for a long time, and things change around us all the time, whether we like it or not.
But you hadn't lived there 80 years.
The south end, it was a small fishing village, and now look what we've got, and look what's going on in the rest of the county. So we all end up doing things that we don't necessarily, or living around things that we don't necessarily want or like, but it just is what it is, and we just have to accommodate. And Seagrove is a very special neighborhood in the way that their trees and the way that that whole neighborhood is done. It's just beautiful, and to just kind of pick somebody out of the middle and somebody out of the front and let them do things different, I think that is a downfall of our area. I think that we need to, I applaud everyone for everything they've done, the 2 years that they've put into this, to try to make this a really nice neighborhood and keep it that way. I think, I applaud them, because it's not easy. And granted, people have lived there a long time. I've lived in my house a long time, bought it and was told nothing would be built south of me because it's all wetlands. And lo and behold, they're building everything south of me, wetlands or not. So it happens. It happens to all of us. And I personally have lived in my house 20-plus years. I don't know how long you've lived in your house, Commissioner Anderson, but that just happens around us. It just does. So
It's really the South Walton existential crisis, if you will, is that, you have these special places that you want to preserve, but then, people have investment-backed expectations. They've been there a long time. They would like to continue to build the way things have been built. And so it's truly difficult. And I think this plan really represents that sort of hardship that we have here in South Walton, is that, how do you protect these truly unique places and these trees and this roadway, which honestly, the way that these lots are built, if they take out those trees for parking for large structures and different things, then it does change the character of the neighborhood. So there is that. And on the other hand, I totally understand people's, desires to obtain what everybody else has been obtaining over the years. And, I think this is probably the subject of the large study that's going on in the county also by the consultant. I guess that's still going on. But, it's how do you sort of mesh those two worlds? And this is what we have here. And
Madam Chair.
I know it's a hard decision.
Well, I didn't want to bring this up, but since you mentioned DPZ and all that, I mean, I've sat on that side of the fence for a while, and we've discussed the land development code and how we need to look at it year after year after year, and we need to do something year after year after year. At some point, we have to stop talking about it and looking at the code. This is what it's coming up to. You got residential catching up to industrial. You got industrial now in spots that maybe not so good now. What was good 25 years ago isn't good today. When you have neighborhood plans, I think that's a good step forward to try and at least preserve their little piece of the pie and keep it that way. And I understand Commissioner Anderson's thoughts on this, but when he says 90%, I mean, it's 85% of the people voted on this and want it. So, I mean, I think you got to look at everything surrounding this whole development, around this whole issue, around the wants and needs of this particular community, and make a decision that way. I know it's a hard decision, and I appreciate what you said, Commissioner Anderson.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't know where I'm at on this. I'm trying to navigate these very difficult planning issues the best way that I know how. I mean, you balance it out with the needs and the desires and the wants of the community, and that always has to be balanced out with the law, the comprehensive plan, the land development code, and the Florida and the United States Constitution. So finding something that fits and works with all of that, I've learned in my 2 years of being here, is not easy at all. But one thing that, I mean, if we're going to have, especially in planning issues, if we're going to have consistency as a board in our rationale, just 2 nights ago, the prevailing argument, I think, that reigned supreme, and we ultimately passed it 5-0, was that the message to that development team was, you knew the rules when you went there. In fact, I think, was it Commissioner Curry or Commissioner Johns that was kind of driving that message?
I said that on what they purchased it.
When they purchased
Yes,
it, when
correct.
they purchased that property, they had 100% knowledge in what the rules in the game were, and we felt like there was an understanding that they should abide by those rules. Well, here we are today. You have people that understood what the rules were or are trying to abide by them, that you have people that understood what the rules were, knowing that they were moving into the community and that there's an expectation that things could change. But there was some understanding when that contract closed with the realtor to purchase the property that things could evolve. I mean, now that's our job, is to try to, we want planned development. We want people to live together and live in harmony and be civil as a society, and that gets messy. And oftentimes, we have to rely on the courts to sort that out. We have to rely on our voluntary boards, this commission. We have to make those difficult decisions. Ultimately, we don't want to hurt anybody. We want everybody to have that happiness that they are pursuing, that is granted, by our founding fathers in the United States the Constitution. So I don't know, but it's not as easy, I don't think, in my opinion, as it's kind of represented, maybe, and I don't mean to be derogatory, but it was kind of like flippantly suggested this is a no-brainer. It's not. I mean, you're having to tell someone that lived there however many years, 60 years, when you came here and you were pursuing the American dream, which everybody should do when they're birthed and then they get old enough to choose where they want to live, the Constitution affords them that right to pursue happiness. So at the age of 20, if somebody moved here and in their pursuit of the American dream, they found this lovely piece of property before everybody else found it, and then they built their home, and then they had visions that one day they might use this property in a certain way, and then they get up into, the golden years, and they're thinking about retirement planning, and things like that, and then the government comes in and says, well, wait a minute, we're going to do things differently. So sorry, what you've been planning for the last 60 years, you can't because your neighbors don't want you to do it. That's difficult. It's like Commissioner Anderson said, that's not an easy task. And I'm not saying, ultimately, that's not the decision, that may be the decision that we make, is that we had to go this direction. I don't know where we'll land, but I don't want it to be represented that it's, just an easy decision, just because there's now it seems to be that a lot of people that live in that neighborhood feel a certain way, that you can just take someone's constitutional rights because you have people that are scattered out in the community that want to do that. I just have to pause with some caution.
Commissioner Gladwell?
All right. Yes, I'm sort of the opinion of Commissioner Drake, that I'm all over, because on the one hand, you have to be extremely hesitant to set aside a 85% vote of the people. And now let's be real, if you take those parcels out in the middle, you might as well vote no on the entire thing, because as I believe what Commissioner Curry pointed out, if there is no plan if you do that. But to Commissioner Anderson's point, there are people out there who have owned that property a long time, and to Commissioner Drake's point, they have followed the rules for many years, and then to just out of the clear blue, so to speak, change their property rights, that's a serious question. And I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Drake that this is not a light decision. This is a very serious decision, and I haven't made up my mind yet because I don't know that you can just set aside. The comprehensive plan includes some pretty strong language about property rights. That language is directly out of the Florida statutes, and we were required to include it by the Florida legislature, who is our superior legislative body. So, you've got to be very careful about that, and I haven't made up my mind about how we protect those rights. But I don't think we can set aside the vote of 85% of the people. That don't go either. So I'm sort of torn between those two, and I'm interested to hear.
Commissioner Curry? Excuse me, let's let Commissioner Curry go, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you come back up for a minute? Yes, ma'am.
Kristen.
I'm sorry. So you've dealt with a lot of neighborhood plans, correct?
Yes, sir.
What would you say the average percentage of approval for each neighborhood would be? Would you say, have you ever had 100%? Have you ever had 60%?
No, even in Point Washington, there were people that weren't completely on board. That was the one that passed recently. There was detractors in the Inlet Beach Plan. That does happen. People have expectations, and when things are changed, then those expectations cannot be realized, and that does cause disagreement, absolutely.
Would you happen to have that percentage in Inlet Beach? Was it 90%?
No, it was more like, it was 2 or 3 people similar to, that I would hear from that were opposed. Same in Point Washington, there were 2 or 3 people that were not entirely on board with that neighborhood plans committee. They did not present at the meetings, I think, because they maybe ultimately decided that, this was, the best interest of the community, but, or for whatever reason chose not to do that. But there's always been, some dissent in my work.
So this board approved those that way?
Yes. But again, they didn't present to the board. I mean, these are just.
I just
people
wanted,
that-
I just wanted, I share some of what Commissioner Drake said, but I just wanted to see, because I'm fairly new, as you know, and I wanted to see what was done in the past and kind of look at, maybe apply some of that to here. So if we had some of these same arguments that we're hearing up here now, but then we voted for them, then what's the difference between Inlet Beach and Point Washington and this one
It's
with some of these arguments?
Truly
That's what I'm saying.
difficult. In planning school, they teach us not about really preservation, which is kind of something you think about with historic areas where you never touch and you never change. They teach us more about change management. Like, how do we grow as a community, change as a community, but still maintain the things that are important to us as residents or as business owners or, people that have investments, right? And so, when we think about plans never changing, which neighborhood plans kind of do, I mean, it kind of locks it in. It makes it really difficult to change. But from a pure planning perspective, land use maps change, zoning maps change, infrastructure changes, population changes, investment expectations change, people change. And so we're really about how do we manage that change the best, and not so much as staying static. And that is something that neighborhood plans do, though. And so when you look at Old Seagrove, are you looking at that as sort of a historic community, a community that is truly unique to where you don't want that change? Or are you looking at it, as more of a change environment? I mean, that's really, it's tough, and I don't think it's easy. And if I've ever relayed to you that it's easy for 25 years, this has not been easy, trust me. But it is what it is.
Commissioner Gladwell.
In my opinion, this and Grayton are historic neighborhoods, and I don't think it's in the county's best interest for them to radically change. So
That's,
I believe it's in our interest for Seagrove to stay Seagrove and Grayton to stay Grayton, if that makes any sense.
I agree. I
Madam
agree.
Chair,
Yes.
I don't disagree with that, and I agree with Commissioner Drake. It is a very hard decision, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a line that says, the needs of the many should not override the needs of an individual. And that's what I'm having a hard time with. And listen, if these people moved in last week, sorry, this is the way it is. But some of these people have lived there, longer than I've been coming down here. And so it's a very tough decision for us to, I'm a property rights guy.
absolutely.
And I know Commissioner Drake, he's spoken on it many times, that he's a property rights guy. So we're having a hard time in our mind, trying to figure this out.
I get that. I always, whenever I do these plans, I always think, what, if I owned property in here, if I owned 2 or 3 lots in here, how would I feel about this? I always try to put myself into the place of the person who stands to lose or is, a property owner. And, it was hard for me too, if I put myself into that situation, if I own 2 or 3 lots, how would I feel about this? And ultimately, for me, I came down to, I believe that this plan will ultimately drive value rather than decrease value. And so that is a consideration. When we lose the specialness or uniqueness, we lose value. So that's, and I think you'll hear from the neighborhood about that, and so that's, it's all difficult, and I think probably I need to shut up and we'll hear from them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carpenter, did you want to say something, and then we'll have,
Yes, ma'am, just briefly. A little bit of history about the neighborhood planning program in Walton County. The BCC created this in the late 90s. It was enshrined in our comprehensive plan as a procedure that made it very difficult to enact one and to change one, and you couldn't get a variance from the comprehensive plan. So once that plan was in place, it was carved in stone. The original Inlet Beach neighborhood plan was that thing. It was the only one we had in the comprehensive plan. And in late 2007, early 2008, the BCC decided that neighborhood planning was a good thing for neighbors to come together and propose changes to the code that would benefit their neighborhood and protect their way of life. The board decided to move it out of the comprehensive plan into the land development code in 2008. I crafted the language that presently resides in the code. There was much discussion about whether or not you could opt out. In the original Inlet Beach plan, the update to that in 1999 allowed, it was a downzoning, but it was a voluntary downzoning. You could opt out and not be downzoned. It was being downzoned in infill from 8 units to 4 units. You had the opportunity to voluntarily opt out. And so we have a number of properties south of 98 that have an 8-unit per acre density in infill in the Inlet Beach plan. Part of the move, or the opportunity to move it out of the land development, or out of the comp plan to the land development code, was to give folks an opportunity to apply for a variance, like they can for any other provision of the land development code. But there was much discussion about whether or not opting out was going to be an option. The mood of the board at the time was, if we allow folks to opt out, we won't have a plan. And so the effort would not be successful if you were allowed to opt out. Now, the board crafted a very lengthy citizen planning process that requires them to come together in the neighborhood and then get at least a 67% vote of those voting to be able to bring that to the board. We've had some that were about 70% and low 70s. The Blue Mountain Beach neighborhood plan was incredibly contentious. This is one of the highest votes that I recall since 2008 in the plans that have been adopted. But not everybody's in favor of it. Not everybody has been in favor of any of the ones that we've adopted in the past. There has been no 100% vote approval of any neighborhood plan effort.
Quickly,
I think the board anticipated
real
that
quick,
with that
excuse me,
67%
Commissioner,
threshold.
excuse me, Mr. Atkinson had a few questions first.
I'll gladly go to Commissioner Trigg
Okay.
before me.
Madam
Okay, go
Chair,
ahead.
when was the last time that one of these was adopted?
That's actually one of
December
my
19th,
questions.
the Point Washington neighborhood plan.
Was when?
December 19th, I think it was.
Just recently.
May I jump in on that line? That was a revision, ordinance 2024-34 was a revision to the Point Washington neighborhood plan, correct, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Prior to that, all ordinances, all of those were adopted prior to the 2018.
Yes.
So to be fair, we have not adopted a new neighborhood plan since 2021, correct?
I think that's accurate.
So Point Washington did contain a significant boundary increase.
I just,
Yeah, so
I
it-
do
I mean,
understand, I
yeah.
just won't, I'm asking the question specifically for comments I'm gonna make at the end. I don't wanna hijack the public comment. But to be clear, the Point Washington was a revision to something that was adopted prior to 2021. In fact, it was adopted 2018-28 was the ordinance, correct?
Except for the large land area that was added.
Michelle, I'm not trying to argue with you, I just need it to be clear for our record here.
That was new to them, for those properties.
I will just make my comments at the end. It appears that, I hope everybody understands, we have not adopted a brand-new neighborhood plan following 2021. The only one we've done is 2024-34, which is a revision to an already adopted 2018 ordinance. I completely recognize what Ms. Shell is saying, that we added lands to it, but it is dealing with a pre-2021 ordinance, and I have some comments that I need to make to the board as maybe perhaps admonishments, cautions, or otherwise, that will address something that was discussed at our last board meeting about the challenges to these. I'll hold the rest of the comments. I just want to make sure we got that on the record. I'm sorry to jump in on your question there, but when we've adopted these actually does have substantial bearing on some of the discussion we heard last time. So Commissioner Drake, I apologize if I hijacked you.
No, you,
Go ahead.
you
That
did
was
better,
all I had.
you did better than I could have done.
Did you have anything to say, Commissioner Drake?
No, that was,
Oh,
he,
okay. All right.
he spoke for
Well,
me.
let's go ahead and would you like to come up and speak? Yes, ma'am.
By now,
State
y'all
your name,
probably know.
please.
I'm Shirley Garrett. I live at 53 Nightcap, and I'm being joined by John Petersick, who's going to help with the remote and answer some questions for us. We, first of all, it's been 735 days since we started this process. We calculated well over a couple of thousand hours worth of volunteer work on it. We started by talking with Commissioner Anderson, and Commissioner Anderson suggested to us that we create a neighborhood plan. You know this, and as we present this plan today, we realize that the process is not easy. We do not think it's a no-brainer. It's not been a no-brainer for us at all, because it has to be respective of property rights. Most of us on this committee believe strongly in property rights, and it has to represent the wishes of the majority of the property owners while protecting the character, safety, and welfare of the community. That's what we're about. We're not about destroying what people have loved forever. You have a copy of everything we've talked about. You've looked at it, and we're pretty excited to be at this point, but rather nervous today, if you want to know the truth. So we want to make the best use of your time by making sure that you are on track with us. So the first slide that you see represents Old Seagrove that visitors have come to love over the past 75 years. It is a reflection of where, as our founder, Q McGee, said, nature did its best. So what happened? What created the current state of Old Seagrove? The answer is simple: short-term rentals. Originally, short-term rentals, and we were talking about this the other day, were a way for both full-time residents and part-time residents, or non-resident homeowners, to create a little bit of cash flow on their beach houses. It was a great place to rent out to your neighbors, your friends, to come. What started out as something that made common sense has turned into an opportunity for non-resident developers to cash in on the unique benefits of Old Seagrove. In the quest for bigger, we have realized the negative impact of mega mansions to our single-family residential neighborhood and the fragile infrastructure of Old Seagrove. This slide reflects the new Old Seagrove that we are seeing more and more frequently today. The goal of our neighborhood plan is to manage and restrict this uncontrolled growth of Old Seagrove. So with that being said, let's look at the issues. The issues that were brought up before this committee at the last meeting are these. As you've heard before, we've had overwhelming support. We went through the processes with many, many compromises. This is fair to everyone, and all property owners had a chance to all property owners have a chance at multiple opportunities to review and comment on the plan. By not allowing exceptions, the plan presents minimal legal risks to the county. Development standards add value to property owners in the neighborhood, including residents and non-resident property owners. We're going to address these pretty quickly. First of all, looking at the overwhelming support, I think we have made our point on this, so I'm not going to belabor it. I do want you to realize that even if you took out if you just took the broad vote, yes, no, and no votes, that 61% of the total residents voted yes to this plan. 85% of those who voted yes. We only had to have 60% of those who voted to make this work. So even if we had counted every single vote and the non-voters, we still would have beat that minimum number. This was voted on by residents of all the neighborhood. And just so you're oriented, the bottom left of the slide is the beach. So that's the beach area from the bottom going north. The green represents the people who voted yes, the yellow represents people who voted no, and the white represent non-voters. It was asked at the last meeting if there was a compromise to this plan, and we want to be clear that the plan does represent compromise. We had various meetings, you know those, we've talked about those before. We asked people what they wanted, and in these meetings, it came down to details. We looked for majority consensus. 80% wanted lower height limits. The majority voted for 40-foot height limits. Some people wanted 35. And we do know that there's been a precedent set in Grayton Beach. They limit their houses to 40 feet, and in Point Washington, I think it's 32, okay? We agreed that fairness is important. I'm sorry. Oh, going back to this one. Oh, thank you. 67% of neighbors wanted to increase the side setbacks, and the majority voted for the 7.5-foot setbacks. Just so you'll know that the results weren't just a small group of vocal locals. 68% of people who responded to these questionnaires are not full-time, and 44% of the respondents to the questionnaires rent their property. Now, I want to be clear that these numbers were used for us to create the plan, these percentage numbers. The percentage that we have given you time and time again of 85% approval is what the plan has been approved of. But these were the numbers that we used to look at things to introduce into the plan, because we all had different opinions on what we thought should be. The plan is the most fair option. We agree that fairness is important when acting a plan like this. However, we feel like singling out any property for special treatment makes it less fair. Everyone in Old Seagrove has stories to tell of the huge houses, clear-cut lots, or block views that have negatively impacted their property. Anyone requesting exemptions from this plan does not have a unique grievance. Yet the majority of us want this plan to stop it from getting worse. Special treatment to one property unfairly impacts surrounding properties. This discussion has already triggered more requests for special treatment. Where do we draw the line? How can a neighborhood plan be effective if we poke holes in it? As Christian mentioned at our last meeting, 80% of the houses in Old Seagrove are under 4,000 square feet. This plan will keep the new construction in line with the majority of existing homes. And I have to say, with great respect, I mean tremendous respect to the people who've settled in Old Seagrove and have lived there a long time, we're trying to save what they settled for. We're not trying to make it worse or bigger. You know, we're trying to help maintain what they came for. This section of Dogwood has the highest concentration of houses, even of the large houses. Notice even the houses on the beach there are 1 stories right along this little corridor. I mean, there's the big house on the right, but you can see density is our greatest concern and needs to be seriously addressed. The 20 biggest rental houses sleep a minimum of 474 people altogether, not just one house. That is equivalent to 90 houses built for families of 5. Think about it. Drainage. There's nowhere for water to go. The more trees you cut down, the more drainage issues we have. And just so you know, palm trees don't prevent drainage. They have a poor root system. It is the magnolias and the oaks that prevent drainage. Trash accumulation, garbage pickup, beach access. All these things can be compromised by the vast number of people. The multi-use paths, bicycles, pedestrians, how many can we safely add? Parking, consistent parking on narrow streets, spillover rental parking is detrimental to safety. Peace and quiet, these houses are being built, if you look at their plans, the great rooms in the houses generally have bunk beds at either end, and those great rooms are designed to have open parties, big house parties. Safety, very sensitive topic, and yet one we have witnessed in Old Seagrove. The mega rentals are being built with party rooms to accommodate large crowds. We all know that 2 to 3 teenagers together can be a delightful group at times. And a few number after that, we are exposed to what is known as herd mentality. And oh my gosh, I was there the night that the sheriff came and closed down a rental house. And I watched, I think it was 32 kids come out of that house. Their parents picking them up. They had to leave the adult rental places in Seaside to come over and pick them up. And I saw a girl that could have been no more than 14 years old walk out of that house with a pink beer bong, and get in the car with her parents. This is what's happening in our neighborhood, and we have got to do something to stop it. Something else I want to bring up is that many of our older homes many of the large houses we are seeing, those on Dogwoods, those are on very small lots. They have used the maximum that they can use of that lot. In the back, we have larger lots. So larger houses are going to be built that can accommodate more than 30 people. At which point do you say enough is enough? The minute we open the door to exemption, where do we stop? In essence, with exemptions, we don't plan. Oops, I'm having trouble with my, okay, we might have to wing it from here. We only have 2 more to go. Okay, this plan adds value to all properties. We know that. We've talked to people in Grayton Beach. We've talked to people in other areas that said their plans have kept people that move in are moving in because they value what is sacred in those communities. We want to keep that same idea going in our community. So what we're asking here, we are asking that you help us preserve this neighborhood. 10 years from now, our children and grandchildren will be asking, what did you do, or why did you not do anything to stop this unprecedented growth? And so we want to be able to answer that question by saying we did everything we could to stop the growth, and that's what we're asking of you today. Thank you. Do you have
Thank
any
you.
questions for me or John?
Does anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just taking a few notes while you were speaking, and a few things came to mind, along with what Mac was saying. We put this process out there for folks to follow, correct?
Yes.
With the 67%, we as a board put that out there and agreed that this is an avenue that neighborhoods can take. And we have precedents that we have okayed other neighborhoods from this board, correct? So I understand the,
Yes, sir, to get my response on the record.
okay, thank you, Mac, thank you.
Sorry, Mac.
And I understand the property rights. I understand all this that was stated, and I respect that. But we put this process out there to be followed. So if it's kind of hypocritical to an extent. If we're going to say we believe in property rights, we believe in this, and we believe in that, then why do we even suggest to have a neighborhood plan process? It's confusing to me. And then the process went over and beyond the 67% voting, and we're at 85%, when they only needed 67. Okay.
Hey, let's get Mr. Carpenter out. What was the actual vote total? Because I think they said a different number
I
as
think the
well.
85% number of the number of votes tallied.
So not 85% of everybody affected by the plan, 85% of the people who turned in a ballot is what you're saying?
Turned in a ballot, and that is absolutely the way this was written.
I agree. I just wanna be
Intentionally by
clear.
the board.
And
I think
everybody-
she said 61% a second ago, but I think that you were saying it cleared.
No, I'm sorry, we had 61% of the total ballot of everybody, of all the neighborhoods.
But
If you don't
everybody
include
was.
the people that didn't vote, that's.
Let me
so
be clear
there's-
on, let me be clear on this. Everybody had the opportunity to vote. Did they get a ballot? And
Yes.
we know that for a fact in that
Absolutely.
neighborhood.
I mean, we sent them out, certified mail to the addresses on the property appraiser, which is our standard protocol that we have, we don't have any other way to get addresses. So
Well, I mean,
there are
I,
200
well, let me finish this and then you can go ahead. I mean, it seems like that we set these problems up ourselves. We put these plans in a process to follow and then the people follow them and then we're up here, you know, dictating one way or the other when they've went through everything that we told them to go through.
When you say "we," who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the board as a whole, not you weren't on the board or I wasn't on the board. I'm just saying we as
I don't think anybody was.
as a county. But we're still held to the decisions made prior, correct?
Yes.
But we change them every day.
Yeah, and that, good point. We're up here making decisions on rezonings quite frequently. You know, so I don't understand why we give the folks an avenue to have this process and then they go through it and then we're at the point to where we're struggling this bad. I know it's not an easy decision and I get that, but I'm looking at what they've done with what we've given them to do and we've already okayed a couple of these neighborhood plans. So I mean, I don't, that's just my 2 cents.
I agree with you completely, and let me just say that property rights belong to everybody, not just certain people in there. Everybody has the property rights, so all of you as well. You know, you bought it knowing what you were buying, being a lovely neighborhood, very quaint, and so that should weigh heavily as well. Mr. Atkinson, I think you have a few things you wanted to say.
Just let
I'm
me add
sorry,
in on.
sir, if I stopped you.
No, that's okay. I just want to touch on precedent. So with each of these plans, the way the code is set up and the way state law functions in this regard, the approval of one specific neighborhood plan, this is an overlay district. It's as close as we get to form-based code work that we have in this county, truthfully. But as an overlay district, the adoption of one overlay district in one area does not set precedent for the adoption of any other. The board is neither bound by its prior decision, nor is it prohibited from taking a new or different approach. So, for instance, if the board had denied a neighborhood plan 10 years ago, let's look at the opposite scenario. If the board had denied a neighborhood plan 10 years ago because it didn't have X%, and that was their reasoning, it's not binding on the future board. That is only as it pertains plan to plan. So I want the board to be clear, you take this, courts would say de novo. It is a fresh review within your rights to review that. I do want to comment on this, on the percentages, just so that everybody is clear about the actual numbers, and that's why I wanted to get it on the record, what they actually were. There is no doubt they comply with Chapter 8, 8.00.00, the Neighborhood Planning Program Established, title of that section. 2 vote numbers matter. 1, the ballot of interest has to be calculated, the initial ballot of interest. It's just, are you interested in doing it? If it's over 20% yes, it may, does not say it shall, does not say it must, it may proceed to the next step if it is 20% or less. So it has to be 20.1 or higher. If it's 20% or less, the initiative does not. So it's automatic. It kicks it out if you don't get it. They got that. There's no question about it. So they go on to the next step. That's where we're dealing with mandatory language and verbiage in this process. Where we then get down to is the next part of the process when we're talking about this percentage requirement for it to go forward. And what we're talking about there is it going to you as the BCC. It does not say shall be adopted. It does not say shall not be adopted, but it is very clear they have to hit the threshold to even make it to your level. And I think planning will concur with that. We do not have the ability in this or in any other land use setting to defer to the vote of the people. It's what we call a non-binding referendum. We're prohibited from doing that. I know at least two of the commissioners sitting up here either came on the board shortly before or right around the time that the board learned a harsh lesson about non-binding referendums versus advice they were given before. And I will certainly not sit here as your county attorney and misadvise regarding the nature of referendum law in terms of the binding or non-binding nature when you ask the public their opinion. There is no question, and there should not be any debate or dispute, that per letter of the code, yes, this neighborhood plan received the sufficient percentages to move to where it is today. However, our code says the plan must receive a recommendation of approval from at least 66% of the property owners who responded, so not total number of who responded with a vote, before it can come to you, and this last part's what I want y'all to hear, for further consideration of adoption. So I understand we keep hearing the percentage. And I don't want anybody to feel like they can't stand up and tell us about that. But that doesn't govern your vote. The for further consideration plainly says you've got to look at things beyond just the sheer vote of the people. There is no doubt they have satisfied what they need to be here. It is ultimately up to you to do it. And then again, I'm still gonna have some comments about, I think what we had some arguments before about property rights under Chapter 70 of Florida statute and Florida Constitution. I want to get to the public comment, but it just as a benefit to everybody here, if everybody wants to stand up and say, we had this many votes, absolutely, they did. That's not, you can't vote yes or no based solely on that factor. You have to have further consideration by your own ordinance.
Madam Chair, when he finishes,
I am finished, thank you, sir.
okay. Ms. Garrett,
Yes, I thought you were talking to me.
I am.
Okay.
This plan, now, I've seen, you and I've talked about the rental units, and we agree. Does this, the people that are there that have rental units, will they no longer be able to have rental units with this? You know, I'm talking about the big houses, and Kristen, you may want to come up.
Sure.
And I'm trying to get to a point, okay?
They'll be grandfathered, so no one will have to
They'll be
reconstruct.
grandfathered.
That's correct. Yeah, and we're not precluding short-term rentals. The plan does limit new construction, short-term rentals to 6 bedrooms.
Listen, I'm not opposed if it did, but my question, if it did, I was worried about the legal implication.
Yeah.
And
Now, if they were to, redevelop any of these properties, and that's of note too, any of these property owners that have the smaller cottages, if they were to redevelop those, will be subject to this plan, same as those, right?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, I guess, speak at Clay for a minute, or Mr. Atkinson. Maybe I came off wrong. I'm not solely basing my decision, yea or nay, through precedence. But for me to be up here, as green as I am, I have to look at what we've done in the past, what is in front of me currently, and then I listen to my fellow commissioners with their viewpoints. So I'm not basing it just on precedence. That's a main part of my process, saying, what have we done before? And how did we do it before, and are we doing it the same way now? That's my thinking.
Yes, sir, Commissioner, and I want you to be clear, my comment probably was more towards the public and staff that we need to hear about this plan, because yes, what we've done before matters, but we're hearing about this plan. So, for instance, I just want to be very clear. I think Kristen's prior example of the inlet beach exceptions to density that were south of 98 is the absolute best example I can use of this. We've done that before. Does that mean that's what we have to do today? The answer is no. Does that mean we can or can't give an exemption? No, it doesn't mean anything. It means that's what we did for that one plan. And what I wanted to help with the board and perhaps for staff's perspective, Well, the board has to hear in making its decision today so that you are making an informed decision and your decision is correct within the eyes of the law, is about this specific plan. And you are absolutely right. Every one of you up here should take this into consideration of both how you voted, how prior boards have handled it, the law as written. Our ordinance is the law. Of course, state law as written. We'll talk about that a little later, I'm sure. Those issues you have to take into consideration. But what I didn't want was people standing up here and just telling you, well, you've always approved neighborhood plans before, so you have to approve this one. That doesn't give you, if that's it, and somebody challenges it, we have no legislative record to stand on. So I want to make sure you have the right information. As it being part of your decision, I certainly understood you're saying that's one thing you're looking at, but I did keep hearing this vote number come up, and, well, we've approved them with less, we've approved them with more. The vote doesn't matter about the approval. It just matters whether it gets to you. And so that's why I want us to, if we're going to talk about percentages, that's not really what matters for this decision one way or the other.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Kristen?
I forgot to mention this. We did have 2 failed neighborhood plans. So we had one that went through a lot of process but never could get the consensus, and we had one that never made it out of the 20% vote. It was just a no-go from the start.
You
So,
said-
So the
tell us
process worked.
where those were?
one was the neighborhood, oh gosh, these are all to the west of these properties. One went through extensive neighborhood planning. It's that neighborhood where they built the house in the right-of-way. What's the name of that neighborhood?
Gulf Shore Manor, I believe.
Gulf
is
Shore
one.
Manor, that's
Gulf
correct.
Shore Manor is a notable one that
Yes,
failed.
and then there was another one that was proposed by, a little further down the road that we couldn't get even the 20%. It was just, I just had to tell them, you do not have the consensus even to spend time, going forward. So, it's dependent on the community.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm Mary Solomon, and I live at 2701 East County Highway 30A. I've spoken with most of you about our desire to have our parcels removed from the proposed plan and the reasons why. It will devalue our property and is grossly unfair. We're different than most. The 3 parcels includes 5 lots and 3 halves, so it's not like every other lot. Our property was purchased in the 30s and was platted, and neighborhood rules were in place. Since that time, the area directly around us has, with the county's permission, developed tremendously. In front of us, on the south side, on the Gulf, on the sides, on both sides, Live Oak and Nightcap, the lots have been split and large houses built. Our area does not resemble the neighborhood described in this plan. I love Old Seagrove. I've always loved Old Seagrove. I was for the plan for roads and trees, but we don't fit, and it's not fair to take away, the value in our lots. I ask that you preserve our long-standing private property rights and remove our parcels from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I can only take one at a time. Come on up. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Jane Solomon. I'm her sister. Solomon. I own 2701 East Highway 30A, among other properties here in Walton County. I'd invited Carol Scholl Stafford. Many of you may know her. She's an appraiser here that's been here for many, many years. She unfortunately was sick today and could not make it, but she has looked at how the plan will adversely affect our property. It will devalue our property immensely if this plan goes forward. And I just want to read this from y'all's website, and it goes back to property rights. The right to relief or payment of compensation when a new law, rule, regulation, or ordinance of the state or a political entity unfairly affects your property. This will unfairly affect our property, and I hope that you will all remember that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Whoa, got 2 coming in.
Wait a minute. let's let her go ahead and go first, okay? And then you, and then you.
Thank you. My name is Payson Howard. I live on Canal Street. This is my mother, Dee Don Comer. She's
Hi,
90
Dee Don.
years old, and she's a little dizzy. I am a little dizzy.
Hi.
We've been in Old Seagrove for almost 70 years. We've lived there full-time. There's other full-time people who are impacted. We are for the plan. There's other ladies who've lived in Seagrove a long time who are also for the plan, including Joya Spann. If you've ever been to Point Washington Methodist, you've seen the work of Joya Spann. There's Jane Stevens Comer, who's for the plan. There's Lola Yerby. These are our grand dames of 30A. Somebody said, I've heard that some of you think that I have a vendetta basically against the Solomons. I do not. I grew up with these girls. Our families were.
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
I grew up with these girls. I remember the day Jane was born. We were so excited. We had dune parties. We played on the beach. We were in the 4th of July parade. We created the 4th of July parade. We explored in the woods, and we rode mini bikes all over the dirt roads of Seagrove. So we have a lot of history here, and we want to preserve what's special about our community. We don't think it's too late. Were there compromises? Yes. We made compromises, all of us did, but we are here to stay, and our family is Old Seagrove. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question, ma'am?
Yes.
Would you be opposed to cutting out the Solomon property from this?
It would make me sad if we did that, just because I feel like those properties would be bought by outsiders who would immediately erect monstrosities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This gentleman over here is next.
If I can just have a second, if it's acceptable.
Please state your name.
My name is Richard Jabbour, Jabbour. I live in Seaside at 35 Tupelo. Before the time runs, I have these packets that will help you
Can
follow.
you hand those to the lady to your
presentation I'm going to
left,
make.
right here?
5 of them, I have a few more.
Clark needs one.
And I will do the best I can with the limited time. As you know, these meetings got moved around, and only now have I been able to attend. And I think people don't know how I feel about the plan, but I think they'll find out if they listen with an open mind. I begin now and do the best I can to stay in 3 minutes. What you see here on your first page is a 50 by 100 foot lot in Old Seagrove, south of Forest. What you see immediately north are the 1975 Plats on Dogwood, etc., that are typically larger lots, and I've superimposed two 50 by 100s onto one lot, whether buildable or not. It stands to reason that whatever you can get here, you can get a lot more there when you build. And I too agree. I don't necessarily want a lot more here. But the plan as it is written does not prevent it. I would call your attention to this chart. I'll show any of you who want it. This chart depicts homes or land that over time could be homes or land. They may stand the test of time, they may not. All of these lots are not less than 0.17 acres. A 50 by 100 is 0.11. Many of these lots are 0.22 and 0.24. These other lots south of Forest are larger than 50 by 100. What I'm saying to you is all of these lots will support a larger home than will go on a 50 by 100, and the plan does nothing to equalize that fairness or to forestall that mass. I hope everyone will concede the beachfronts have a relative advantage, 40 feet tall or not. They're already on 7.5 foot setbacks. They're beautiful homes, or can be, of any size, and they all get a wonderful view. And then I call your attention to the third page that I gave you. I have outlined now yellow homes that exist, all of which are over 40 feet. most all of them have a walk-up tower to still get a view. And I'd like to make a point on that if I can. I'm gonna run out of time. If you add all these lots up, including the beachfronts, 180 lots are essentially going to be unaffected by what happens here today or not. They still have great views, they still can get mass, or they already have mass. And then the last thing is what I would like to propose that I think gets fairness for everybody. I want to be clear. I am 100% for limiting the mass, and here's how. This is a home in Old Seagrove. They're not all rentals. This home is a permanent residential structure. It's at 96 Hickory. That home is built on 85% of what is currently the allowable footprint. It's 4,900 square feet. If you take the setbacks on the 50 by 100 lots that remain,
Go ahead, finish your thought.
90 lots remain that will be affected, all south of Forest, that will be affected by this, and we can eliminate that. Instead of taking them to 35 by 65 foot build zones, which gives them 2,275 square feet to work with on the ground, keep them at 40 by 65 footprints, but disallow 12.5% of the build zone to only be open pool, patio, and to extend to the second and third floor. You get the same reduction in mass. You can't build a 6,000 square foot home if you do that. It's very difficult to do, and it would be exceedingly ugly. That's, for me, a pretty home. I know some people may object to it because it's a three-story. That achieves the objective. But here's the issue that I also have with that. It doesn't achieve the objective here unless they have to adhere to a 12.5% reduction as well. Because you can build an 8,000 square foot home on that lot. Under the rule as it is now, or under the rule as you adopted. Shouldn't they also have to adhere to a 12.5% proportionate reduction? Then mass is taken care of everywhere. All the houses by default become smaller. So my request is simple. I'd love it to get back to a first reading today, but it's simple. A 40-foot high structure with 3 habitable floors is perfectly acceptable. There's at least 5 people in here that will not like what I say. None of us like a true 4-story home that came in there. That is not what we want. And I perceive that they want 40 feet to prevent that. Great idea. But everybody knows what a non-habitable transition stairwell is to a rooftop deck with a little bit of roof coverage for sun to see an ocean view in a Gulfside community. I suggest we keep that. To not have it, particularly for those south of Forest, I think it's punitive without a purpose. Now, to my other proposal, retain the 40-foot, I shouldn't say it that way, retain the setbacks as they are defined in that community. But the same result on the 50 by 100s that are disproportionately affected is a 12.5% reduction in their build zone, and just apply it to all the lots. Then you get mass reduction on every single lot going forward. The 50 by 100s and otherwise. I'd like to make one more point. I'm sorry for going over. I'm a real estate professional in that area. They all know that. I'm not responsible but for one home that I lived in for 4 years in Old Seagrove. My clients built the others. But I could never argue against the value of a home that's built on 85% of that footprint, 12.5% disallowed, because that home sold for $5.2 million. You get the point. But a 35-foot wide home on the 50 by 100s, architects and others would say, as they get narrower, they're going to get more boxy. So I hope everybody heard clearly. I support the essential idea of this plan, all the other aspects, but there's a more creative way to close the mass, to get the mass down in a fairer way that applies to all the lots and not just the 90 50 by 100s that are going to be adversely affected if you just do 35 feet. And I think everybody should still, if they can get a view, should have a transition space to be able to see the Gulf if they can attain it. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you. Any questions?
Actually, for Mac,
Thank
any validity to what he's saying on any of this?
Uh-oh.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And these things should have been considered during the neighborhood planning process, and I'm not sure whether or not they were, if you participated in that or not.
That was my next question.
I was there for 2 years, and we did consider the open top four was a consideration of the neighborhood planning committee that was discussed extensively during the process. I don't know if this gentleman had reached out to them previously. You know, if we're trying to make the point that you can build a smaller home on a smaller lot and a larger home on a larger lot, that's understood. You know, that is completely understood, I think, by everybody that's been involved. Adding another floor or open floor or changing the definition of height in the code would take us back definitely to first reading, because right now our code defines height uniformly across all of South Walton, all of the county really, and the neighborhood decided not to deviate from that definition of what is allowable height.
Let me interject. My suggestion on that is Billy Bearden will tell you, Mac will tell you, a non-habitable fourth floor. It's clear what that is in planning and building. And I don't like the fourth floors either. Now, I just don't feel like they wanted to talk to me over there, and it's my fault for maybe not reaching out. Because I do think what I'm suggesting negates a lot of people's objection. And I would say, you don't need an exception for the 38 fronts anymore. They can go 40 feet with a walk-up tower. And if it goes back to a first reading or otherwise, other people have time to execute a plan under the current rules if they need to do something to their lots.
Thank you, thank you. They have been working on this for 2 years, I would like to add. Yes, the young lady in the green standing up, and then the young lady in the blue in the back, and then we'll come around. And please try to keep it to 3 minutes, so we have so many people.
I think I can. My name is Linda Presnell, and I live at Seagrove, in Old Seagrove. I moved there in 1970, which is about 55 years ago. I built my house in 1972, and I bought the 2 lots right next to my home. My neighbors was Miss Molly McGee, and that's the wife of Hugh McGee Sr., and thank God he made our beaches public. And I think we can all appreciate, and somehow we need to honor him somehow for doing that. I'm also a member of the Flowers family, who owned Seagrove Villas, Seagrove Restaurant, which later became the Wheelhouse. As you can imagine, I have seen the area of Old Seagrove, it grow in very different ways over the 55 years. I raised my 3 children there on the dirt roads and the scrub oak trees and with the small houses and local people and families that would come to their beach houses in the summertime. Now, when the one Seagrove was built, the high-rise, that was our first high-rise, and it's like, oh my goodness. Well, then Beechcrest was built, and it's like, that woke us up. But not only did it wake us up, it woke the county commissioners up. And we did not want our area to become Panama City Beach or Destin. We wanted to keep the unique feel of our beaches. So circumstances do make us look at situations and think, you know, what do we need to do? Do we need to make some changes now? I'm thankful for those county commissioners, and they made a tough decision at that time to create limitations of the size of structures that could be built. I know it was a controversial decision, but it's one that was necessary, or look what we would have today had they not made that decision. I'm sure that there were potential property sellers who felt that they had lost a great financial opportunity, and they argued against this decision. But the county commissioners wanted to preserve what we have here, and I'm thankful for that today. Today, the community of Old Seagrove is kind of on this same crossroads, and it's not too late to stop overdevelopment in our neighborhood and preserve what we have there. There are 2 more points I want to emphasize. Ooh, I've got to hurry.
You got to hurry.
First, I own the 2 lots that were next to my property, And a couple of years ago, we sold the corner lot. Well, they cut down all the trees. They almost built property line to property line there.
Finish your thought, that's good. Go ahead.
If I had it to do over, I would continue paying those sales tax because I've got a monster house next to me. I've got 2 monster houses behind me. And it's not just the houses, they're beautiful. It's the parking,
Right.
and it's the rental, and there's not enough parking to accommodate these houses. I've lived here for 55 years. My children call Old Seagrove home. My children and great-grandchildren call my house, this is Nana's house. This is my family legacy, and I want to preserve it. I do want to express
Please.
my heartfelt condolence to the Solomon family. I wish you would stay in our area. But I choose
Okay.
I choose to stay in the
Thank you.
area. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for hearing me.
Thank you very, very much, I
Madam
appreciate
Chair,
it.
real quick.
Yes. No, please, please, please refrain from clapping so we can get through this.
That person in the back had his hand.
Yes.
I would say, just real quickly, that decision on the 50-foot height limitation was the best decision that's ever been made in this county.
It'd be great if it were
And-
enforced.
And I think that that's raised the value of everybody's places.
Yes, please, yes.
My name is Pat Solomoni, S-A-L-A-M-O-N-E. That's okay.
Okay, come on.
All right, now, I was going to make a presentation, but I decided I wouldn't. I was listening to all of the people talk up here, and I'll just cut to the chase. When you talk about that 85% vote, it includes all the people who have already built their big houses. I would have voted yes, too, if I had my big house, but I don't. I have a little house. It's on the corner of Tyne and West Grove Avenue. I've had that house for 46 years. Behind that house, I have a lot. I've had that for 43 years. I've paid taxes, and I'm glad to pay the taxes because many of them go for the education of children. I was an educator. I taught government, economics, and American history. So I'm for that. Now, my children are going to benefit from the purchases I made 46 and 43 years ago. I want them to have the same opportunity if they want to build a big house. We have never, ever rented our little cottage. It's a family affair. My brother, his 2 daughters, my wife and I, our 2 sons. You know, there's a saying that every now and then a blind hog will find acorns. Well, I found 2 acorns. My house is on the other lot. And I was hoping that those properties would be developed by my family. Now, there is a compromise. The Solomons, they have their point of view. The Solomonis want to be excluded from the plan. The Cottinghams are next-door neighbors. I went to high school with Jerry. My wife and Margie worked together. They have been so sick. You have received letters from them because they told me they sent you letters. And so I've been trying to represent their point of view. And the bottom line is, we all want to be excluded. We voted no, and I want you to consider that for us, because I think it's inherently unfair, the building codes. I think if my little house burned down, I don't think I could build it again on that 50 by 100 lot. And then I think it's probably illegal. And I say probably because you are diminishing the value of my 2 lots. That's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi again. My name is John Petersik. That's Petersik. I am a member of the Old Seagrove Planning Committee, but I'm speaking here personally at the moment. I live at 205 Forest Street in Old Seagrove. My wife, 2 children, and I would not have moved to Walton County had we not found and been charmed by Old Seagrove. We live in a 2-story, 1,400 square foot cottage 1 block north of the Solomonis, right at the corner of Time Street on the southern portion below Forest Street. We are one of several families with school-age children currently living in Old Seagrove full-time. Some people assume our neighborhood is just rentals and retirees, but there are still many of us who depend on it as a safe, quiet, and wholesome place to raise their children. Many months of the year, it is just that. Our 10-year-old son walks to school in Seaside. Our 14-year-old daughter walks to her summer job at Sundog Books. They can bike to their friends' houses, and we walk our dog on the beach after dinner. We feel very lucky to live here. However, we are not lucky to have monster rental homes bordering our property on 3 sides. They sleep 18, 22, and 24 people respectively. That is 64 people across 3 lots. That's like 5 of my families crammed into each lot. Theirs are supposedly single family. Living next to them can be incredibly stressful for our family. Music keeps my kids awake on school nights. Overflowing cars block my driveway, making me late for meetings and for school pickups. We've had so much trash literally rain down into our yard from the rooftop next door that we no longer let our kids or dog out into the yard during peak weeks out of fear they might be struck by something falling. So I know there was discussion of towers. Towers are problematic for my family as well. But anyways, I'm not asking the county to solve the problem for me, but I'm here today to help prevent it from happening to someone else. Because the more homes built like these in Old Seagrove, the more crowded, the less safe, and the less livable it becomes. That hurts residents, visitors, and investors alike. I have a lot of respect for the people who have been here a long time and the history of this place, but I also would like to have consideration for the future and the people who would like to be here for 80 years and like to raise their family here and like to have their grandchildren come here. There's been a lot of talk today specifically about history and respecting what conditions people thought they were buying into when they came here. But so much changes on people every day, as many of you pointed out. Laws, codes, house sizes, density, their expectations for what their neighborhood is like. So whether they've lived here 8 years or 80 years, things are changing. This plan is trying to slow that down and preserve what was. I understand the sadness that the Solomons and Solomonis must have for the loss they've experienced, but like Payson said, some of them are trying to get out of this plan to make way for people to build these monster homes again, not for their own benefit. They are trying to accelerate the progress we are trying to slow with this plan. This plan still allows for multi-story, multi-million-dollar homes to be built. So,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. This gentleman's had his hand up a lot longer, so I'm gonna, you come on up. And please, I'd like to make sure that we stay at 3 minutes, please, if that long. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. My name is Richard Johnson. I'm an attorney in Niceville. I'm here on behalf of Eileen Moore Johnson and Richard Johnson. I'm no relationship to them. They live, or they own rather, at 2669 East County 30A. They did not know about this issue until after the original vote went out, and had they known, they would have voted no. They didn't get that opportunity. They are voting no today, and I'm asking you to either reject this plan that's been submitted or to carve them out, as you maybe are considering with regard to the Solomons and the Solomonis. In addition to that, it's no small footnote that I own a home in this area, and I'm personally affected by it too, and I also voted no. And I know that several of my neighbors voted no too, but I'm not clear on a couple of factors that might weigh into your decision-making. If I could see one of the slides that was up there before that had the vote per home.
Is there a paper?
No, I don't see it.
So,
We're,
In any event, what's on that slide shows my home,
Madam Chair,
and I did vote.
just a moment, please.
just a quick question. But, sir,
Yes, sir.
is your property right across the street from the Solomon's property?
No, it is
I mean,
not.
your client's property?
My client, I believe, is right next door, 2 doors down from them. I don't want to misstate. And so
It's
they
right
have,
next, excuse me, wait. Where is the property?
it's 2 doors down from the Solomon. The Solomon. 1 door down from the Solomons.
Okay,
Apologize.
Richard and Eileen, is that your client?
That is correct.
Oh, they're next door to the Solomons. Sitting here looking at it.
Solomons.
No, the Solomons, Marie.
okay.
And so had they known about this, they did not know. So the discussion earlier was, did everybody get awareness? And so that you had many of the people that live out there that did not respond. And these people did not respond because they didn't know about it. And had they known, they would have voted no. And on this map that's up there, it's got my house. And I'm not sure which lot it is, but it either says there was no vote or voted yes. And I'm here to tell you that I voted no. And so either that chart is wrong or somebody recorded my vote wrong. Look, the bottom line is this. What you're doing is taking somebody's property. To say that you're adding value if you impose this on this neighborhood is just abjectly wrong. You're facing Burt Harris Jr. claims. You're facing claims of taking property without just compensation, and I think they're real claims that you should take seriously. And I question all of the things that are going on just based upon this one little chart, which I found fascinating. The bottom line is this. Either carve them out or postpone this and come back to your first reading or vote no on it. Thank you so much respectfully. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Sir, Mr. Johnson? Are you saying that this item here, this slide is inaccurate, and you know that with certainty?
As I'm reading it, my home is on Dogwood, and my house, I can't read it very well.
Can you see Kristen? Can you tell?
My house is either a yes vote or it did not vote, and I'm here to tell you I did vote, and I'm a no.
We had that, so this slide was prepared by the Neighborhood Planning Committee, but I had the official tally, and there were 29 no votes. So, you know.
And everybody received the notification and were to vote.
Right, and so we had 175 respondents, or around 190, which is a pretty high number. So it's pretty common for there not to be any response. But I did talk with his client personally, so I know that she was aware of the neighborhood plan. So I have email communication with her that I can provide. So that I don't think that she did not know that it was going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
You got those emails, ma'am, after it would already, the vote for the original 20% threshold had taken place, and they did not know. They know now, which is why they're actively involved. And what you're doing, basically, is not preserving a neighborhood, you're restricting it, which is why that's a property loss claim. You are changing it from what it's been since the day it was platted to what it currently is today and whatever it is that you decide to do going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a moment. Go ahead.
No, I just want to know what the process was.
Okay.
Maybe this is for Mac. What is the process of these folks getting the ballot? Is it certified mail?
Yes, sir.
So we would have proof
We
that
have
everybody
those.
got a ballot or knew about this plan?
Yes, sir, and we use the clerk of court to tally the ballots. We do not tally it in our department, and that internal control was recommended by me in 2008, and we've implemented that.
Okay.
And that is in the code.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir, right here.
Good morning. My name is Steve Wade, W-A-D-E. I have a house at 123 Hickory Street. I've owned it for 18 years. It's a small house. It's 1,400 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. And we bought it 18 years ago because at that point we felt like it was the last piece of old Florida that we could find. the shady trees and the sandy roads and the quiet nature of it, serene and peaceful and close to the water. And we formed a lot of memories there. It's almost like part of our family. But the things that have happened around us have really diminished the value of our home. I've got the Empire State next to me, and I've got the Holiday Inn behind me, right? And it's just really damaged the quality of life we're having there. And I certainly get the property rights issue. I feel it myself, and I've struggled with this a lot, thinking about what's the right thing to do here. I know you have a hard decision, but it feels to me like we may be overreacting here a little bit, because we're not talking about big, gigantic sacrifices we're asking people to make. These are relatively small changes that'll have a lot of value for the rest of the community. And I think when you've got a situation where you've got hundreds of people who are for something and a small number of people who are against it, we have an obligation to sort of enforce, this is government's job, enforce the will of the minority, but protect the rights of the minority. And I think this plan does that. So I ask that you approve it as is. I think any adjustment to it or modification or denial would be frankly a miscarriage of justice. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, in the back by the clock. 3 minutes or less, please.
I'll do my level best. Before we get started, could you hand those out, please?
Could you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. My name is George Salamone, and I'm here representing the Salamone parcels, which you're well aware of, and also the Cottingham parcels. And I would like to ask for a little point of order on the Cottinghams. They are not listed in the solutions you guys were offered. They were not listed in the section D of your solutions. They were actually mentioned in paragraph 2 of that same memo that you got from the planning department, and it said that at the commissioner's discretion, the Cottinghams could be added in. So I would like to ask that the Cottinghams be added into the section D should you guys decide to go that way. Because as it stands right now, it just has the Salamones. You know, I'm going to cut through a lot of this fluff, but basically, you know the family story. We've been here for a long time. You know, I grew up as a teenager on the beach, and my family has watched many changes over the years. We've watched, you know, the construction trucks coming in, tearing our yards up, tearing our drainage pipes up. We've, you know, potholes in the road, and most of what the Seagrove Planning Commission is wanting to do, we totally agree with, and we fought for it years ago. The only thing that we have issue with, the building restrictions, the setbacks, as well as the heights. You know, we feel like all of the people who already built the houses, they've kind of left us like the little bitty house there, and everybody else has the 40 pluses around us. And I'll get to that, and I'll show you my proof here in just a second. We're not asking for anything that the other people do not have. We just want what they got. And, you know, looking at it from a libertarian point of view, we don't feel like the government should be able to come in and say, hey, guys, you can't build that house. But the people who came along after you, they were able to. And that's just not, you know, that's just not fair. Once again, I'm gonna skip through the fluff here. I'd like to call your attention to page 3 of the thick packet that they just handed out. Page 3, if you look, there's multiple orange dots on there. Each one of those orange dots represents a house that is 40 foot or higher. There's actually 49 houses. The other thing I would like to call your attention to is most of those houses are south. They're actually south of Forest Street. So from Forest Street back, that's where your big houses are at. That's where we're at. I think the lady who showed the slide a while ago and was talking about Dogwood, showed Dogwood Street, showed multiple large houses there. Ours is exactly the same. I'll move real quick. Now let's look at page 4, please. Page 4, there's a red box. The red box is boxed around the Salamone properties and the Cottingham properties. These are 4 adjoining properties. If you notice, there's a little patch of woods there with a red box around it, and there's huge houses all around it. I mean, there's nothing but huge houses around it. Every one of them is 40-plus feet. I'm going to move on. Like I said, I'm flying through here.
Well, we're gone over our time, so please hurry.
Oh, I'm trying, yes, ma'am. I'm just asking for the same consideration other people had before me that.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, all right. If you look on page 5, if you change the setbacks by 5 feet, and, you know, gentleman before me said that, you know, it wasn't really a big deal. This is where it becomes a big deal. Changing the setbacks by 5 feet on a 40-foot home changes the buildable square footage from 7,800 to 4,560. It cuts your square footage buildable amount down drastically. Based off of South Walton tax records, the setbacks, just the setbacks alone, not even including the building height, the setbacks alone will result in a $1 to $2 million loss per property. That's considerable, and that's why we're asking for you to exclude both the Salamones as well as the Cottingham properties from the plan. It's not going to hurt it. It's not going to hurt anyone. We're not going to run out tomorrow or next week or next year and build a house. We're talking something that'll happen 10 or 20 years down the road.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you for listening to me, and I apologize for running over.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes, the young lady in the back. Yes, you. Yes. I'm going to ask you to please keep it under 3 minutes.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
My name's Rebecca Allen. I am a mom and full-time resident of Old Seagrove. I've owned my house at 58 Dogwood since 2011. So I live on that front strip where all of the giant houses have been built in the last 10 years. I can tell you, when I bought my house, they did not exist. That is not the charm of Old Seagrove that drew us to the neighborhood. That has been a huge change in the past 10 years, and that's why we're here talking today. I understand Mr. Atkinson's point, he stepped away, that a neighborhood plan has not been approved recently, but I think you will all admit that the character of Inlet Beach, Blue Mountain Beach, Grayton Beach, now Old Seagrove, Point Washington, are important things to preserve. Those neighborhoods already have their neighborhood plan. Sadly, we are late to the party, but that's what we're trying to do today, is preserve what remains. Overdevelopment has changed the whole atmosphere of the neighborhood. It used to be a quaint, safe place with visiting families who came to enjoy our area. It is now filled with giant party houses. I live right there. I can 100% tell you the people that rent a 7,800 square foot house are not families. They are parties. They are making a lot of trash. They're creating a lot of problems with our roads. They're creating a whole strain on our infrastructure. In addition, there are times when I cannot allow my son goes to Seaside Neighborhood School. It's one of the best things that's ever happened to us. He gets to ride his bike to school every day. There are times when he cannot play outside because of the obscene language and horrible music that we hear piped loud and proud from the outdoor speakers and the pools of these party houses. That's what you get from a 7,800 square foot home. And I think what I've heard everybody talk about here is value, but I think value means more than money, right? Value means the safety in our area, the character of our area, the charm of our neighborhood, peace and quiet for the families that live there and the families that visit. That is why I ask you to please preserve the charm of Old Seagrove. We are not trying to decrease the value of it. We are trying to preserve the value of it by enacting some fair and reasonable rules that have been drafted and voted on by our neighborhood families. 48 seconds left.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Excellent, excellent job. You got your point across. Thank you.
Can we take about a 5-minute break?
Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Okay. I'm sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break right now. Okay, apologize, but we'll be back in 5. to speak? I see the first hand right there. Come on up.
My name is John Bacane. My wife and I live at 39 Live Oak Street. We've lived there for a decade. First of all, thank you all on the commission for being so sensitive to people's rights. That is really a gift in this world today. But secondly, whenever an ordinance is passed, we've got to all recognize that we do abridge people's rights, just by the nature of the ordinance. The third issue I want to bring up is the person most qualified in this room to make an objective balance between rights and between ordinances and those types of things is sitting right there. His name is Matt Carpenter. He made the assessment. He recommended the plan. Subsequently, people have come up here and they've made fairness arguments, and those are pretty squishy arguments. If you're going to consider fairness arguments, I will ask you to consider one for the folks in the green shirts, and that is this. In Walton County, are all votes created equal, or are some votes more equal than others? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, right here.
B-A-K-A-N-E.
Hello.
My name is Nancy Franklin. I live at 37 West Grove Avenue in the Old Grove. I have been in the same house for 41 years. And this home means a lot to my children and my grandchildren. And I wasn't able to vote in the first vote. I was out of town. I want my vote to count. I want the plan. And I want to speak for the trees. We're losing them. They don't just pop right back and do the job that the old trees did. This is the old grove. That's something that we can now protect. And I just hope and pray that you will help us protect those trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, in the far back. I'm sorry, I'll get you next. I'll get you next.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Kara Massey, M-A-S-S-I-E, and I am your new kid on the block. I am your short-term rental investor. And I just want to come to you this morning and talk to you about why we selected this area. We sold businesses in Kansas City in 2023, and I started looking across the country to figure out where we were going to go next. And we landed here because this area is special and it's unique and it is unlike anything else that I could find in any other real estate market, including the entire coastline of Florida. And so here we are, right? And I want to tell you also why we made an investment here. Because in my due diligence, I'm looking not only at market feasibility and potential return on investment, I want to make sure that I'm safeguarding my own money, right? My own children's inheritance. But I wanted to make sure also that I was partnering with a county that had the same commitment to ethical development and ethical investment. And I believe that you do, right? So I read all the way through the 2023 strategic plans. I looked at your motto, and it was pride, preservation, conservation, and I said, these guys get it. They understand what they've got, and they understand that what they need to do in order to conserve and preserve that so that we can all feel pride in our homes and in our investments. I can tell you as a developer and as an investor in many real estate markets that when you put together any sort of neighborhood plan that allows for opting out, it creates a dangerous and slippery slope. It makes it very easy for others to also want to play outside the rules that the majority have agreed to. I know there's been some discussion today about percentage points, but I think the sea of green in this room speaks volumes about the overwhelming and broad support for this plan. So I am just hopeful that moving forward, that you will take those things into consideration, that you will adopt this code as it is written, and that those who may be feeling differently about it, I am assuming that this county is like other counties and there is a variance process in place that might be better able to address some of their needs. But I appreciate you hearing my concerns this morning. Thank you.
Madam
very
Chair,
much.
ma'am, could you come back?
Yes, sir.
You said you're an investor in rental property. Do you have a rental property in that area?
Yes, sir, I do. I
Okay.
own an investment property, a short-term rental property at 331 Canal Street. It's a 4-bedroom home.
So it's not gonna affect you, right? This plan's not gonna affect your rental unit at all?
You know, that's a really great question, and I appreciate you asking me, because here's my personal feeling about it. When we begin to talk about value, that's really hard to measure, right? How do you measure value? What I can tell you is that our guests flock to this area of Old Seagrove, and the guest feedback that we get is that we love this area because it feels preserved, because it feels like an old Florida beach town. We want to stay here instead of a big high-rise because of the tree canopy and the sandy roads and the ambiance. And when we don't have collective efforts to preserve that, then I could easily make the argument that my property value is going to be devalued because fewer renters will be attracted to that area.
But ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure everybody in this room wearing green were somewhat involved in voting against your property. They came before us, tons of people in that area, every time that a rental unit went up, and they were against it.
Sure.
So,
Which,
and I have a little bit of problem. I mean, I'm not against it, people making money at all. I think the market, you know, dictates what people make. But it's a little, I have a little bit in my craw about you being one of the houses they don't like, and you're coming up speaking, not that you're saying this, but you've already got yours, you don't want anybody else down there. You don't want any other rental
oh,
units
Mr.
down there.
Anderson,
Well-
I don't want you to misunderstand my position, sir, so I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to clarify. First of all, I think I am relatively well-liked in the neighborhood because I share the same commitment to preserving their lifestyle. So my favorite investments are the ones just like I have right now. So I woke up this morning, I poured a cup of coffee, and I saw this sweet neighborhood boy who lives next door get on his little one-wheeled skateboard with his backpack, and off he zipped to the Seaside Neighborhood School. And I felt such pride that we were not trying to detract from their lifestyle as homeowners right next door.
Right.
We do own a smaller home. We fall into the category, the greater majority, we're under that 4,000 square foot. I understand that there's
All right, thank
opposition
you.
to short-term rentals.
Yeah.
What I would say to you is that there's still room for short-term rental activity in this area in a way that allows for harmony with the residents that live there full-time and does not diminish their life.
So you don't have a big house?
I do not have a big house,
Four-bedroom
sir.
is what she said, correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am,
Four-bedroom.
it's
And that's
2,800
what I was-
square feet.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, and it's a
Okay.
beautiful thing, right? So we're attracting families that come to enjoy this area, not
Thank you.
huge parties. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much,
One more
appreciate
thing,
it.
one more, hey, ma'am.
Wait,
One
I
quick
got the
one.
hot microphone, yes, sir.
You mind doing a commercial for Walton County?
I would, I got a little broadcast background, thank you. I would love to, thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Cook right there may be calling
okay,
you.
all right, come forward, please, thank you.
Geez, how do you follow that, right?
You chose.
It's my fault, right? I represent the Solomons, as you're well aware. I just want to go back to my original comments. When actually, the first time I saw the plan, the first time I talked to the Solomons, I called Kristen. My first statement to them and to Kristen was, it just, from a planning standpoint, absolutely makes no sense to leave the Solomons property that borders, that is on 30A in this plan. Excluding them does not change anything in the interior. It doesn't change anything as it relates to the roadways, the trees. It just simply does not. It makes no sense from a pure planning perspective to leave them in the plan. And I have to say, I just can't resist this. I've heard at least 20 times this morning. I've tried to keep up with it. I'm a
I'm
terrible
sorry,
man.
did you state your name? I know,
I
but
just
did you?
assume everybody. Mark Davis,
Thank you.
D-A-V-I-S. I've heard at least 20, I tried to keep up during the morning, that this used to be a quaint neighborhood. This used to be a quaint neighborhood. Well, this plan will, I guess, make it I guess this plan, if adopted as is, it's still not gonna be a quaint neighborhood. So it used to be a quaint neighborhood. Obviously, this plan would prevent further large scale houses being built, but to some extent, and I think it's a good plan. I think it should be adopted for the interior lots, but it used to be a quaint neighborhood. It could be like my grandfather used to say, this horse is out of the barn, to some extent. I heard it at least 20 times. I quit counting after that. Again, I just want to reiterate, I represent the Solomons. If you look at their lots, they are different because of the half lots. They do front 30A. They have large houses in front of them. 50 feet down the road is a large condo, surfing deer restaurant. It's not the same as the interior lots that would be subject to the height and the setback limitations. That's just want to make sure I reiterated that to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the hand to the right, great, yes, you.
Hello, thank y'all for, Sue Dean, 112 Canal Street, D-E-A-N. I was really not planning on speaking today because I am a member of the committee and I feel like my voice is probably throughout the presentation. But after hearing some of the things, I felt the need to speak to y'all. Mr. Anderson, I met you at the road meeting, and you told me, go build a neighborhood plan.
I did because that's the only way you can do this.
That's right.
But, and I think the plan's good. I just think it's got some problems.
Well, after I talked to you, then I talked to and it may have been Mac or Clay. I talked to somebody no, it wasn't Clay. Talked to somebody I talked to somebody else on the phone for a long time, and that was their recommendation. So I went home and I thought on it, and I wrote a love letter to my neighborhood, and I posted it, and I'm gonna get tearful. And I posted that letter, and I got a phone call from Larry Davis. He's a good friend of ours, in support. And I ran into Shirley, and she said, I read your letter. And those two found a committee, and they let me call myself a part of it, and I appreciate it. But now I just want to indulge y'all on a little walk through my neighborhood. When I walk out my door, I have a small little white cottage, and when I walk out, 1,100 square feet. When I walk out my door, my yard is leaves because of all the oak trees around it. Couldn't grow a blade of grass if I wanted to. I walk down a sweet little dirt road called, what is my road called? Nightcap. And at the end of Nightcap, at the end of Forest and Nightcap, there's a wooded lot that you walk through to get to the beach. Sometimes my chair gets hung up on the trees, and that's awesome. I feel like a 6-year-old. And then at the end of that road, there's a little white kitty. It's 22 years old and it's blind, and there's a little sign that says, look out for my kitty. And it's always laying out there because he knows he's got it made. And then at the end of that road is Jane Solomon's grandmother's magnolias. Thank you, Grandmama, because I get to walk under them every time I go to the beach. And they're magnificent. They're like a landmark to our neighborhood. Every tree in that neighborhood is a landmark. And for every big house or every setback that we expand, a tree comes down. And it's not just about the trees, it's about who is there and why we're there. And if those houses are exempt, then they're planning on selling that. And when those houses are exempt, then the people behind them, and I would like to say on my little walk that will be affected, there's another little white cottage. Those people will be affected by what happens on that property. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Yes, ma'am, right here. Yes, you, yes.
I'm Marilee Teasley, and you spell that just like merrily we roll along. Teasley, T-E-A-S-L-E-Y. I live at 180 West Grove Avenue. I have lived in Seagrove Beach, Old Seagrove Beach, since 2002. I love it. I probably stand as, from this particular plan to, quote, lose value on my lot. I live in 1,100 square feet. Because I haven't built a big house. I'm on the highest ridge in all of Seagrove Beach that runs down the north side of Grove Avenue, so I could even have a sea view. I don't, because I have the most beautiful trees, maybe except for the Solomons, in Seagrove Beach. They're just gorgeous. And I've got 14 of them in my yard, in that little tiny yard. Value comes other than by money. I could build the big house. I could afford to build the big house. I don't, because this is such an exquisite area. The trees are so beautiful. And there is no reason to change this place. If you want the huge 24-person house, go to someplace else that allows it. There are plenty of beaches in Florida that allow it. This is the most exquisite. It can be seen by sailors. It's got the highest ridge coming up from the beach. It's the highest sea level property in Florida, I think. Excuse me, highest beach property as far as elevation. And the trees are its signature. So please think about that. I can have a big house. I don't want a big house. So that's the people that live here. Those people who own those huge houses, they don't live here. I had my little granddaughter here with me two spring breaks ago. And next door from the balcony of the house, 3 young men were having a peeing contest in my side yard. I called the rental agent. She came right over. The people came and apologized. But that's what you get when you get those mammoth houses that aren't family houses. They call them single family. They're not single family. There were 70 people in the house next door to me. What year was that? That Bill Forsyth died that same year. 2 years ago, I guess it was. The house next door to me, I called the police, and they do come. Thank goodness. It's a wonderful police force. They first sent a lady officer, and the woman, the one single adult in that house, cursed her in such language as you couldn't believe. And so they brought in reinforcements. 70 young people, underage, came flowing out of that house. That's what the big houses are for. Please think about it. Please think about it. One last thing, I got 9 seconds. When you put houses that tall, that close together, like the old rules say, the fire hazard is amazing. Sparks coming off of the top of a house that tall will light up the area. I lived in an old Chautauqua in Tennessee for 13 years, and every time the middle house burned, the 2 did on the other side. They had the 5-foot setbacks.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
think
very
about
much.
that. That's a major hazard when you get something that
Absolutely.
tall. And kids up there drinking their heads off, throwing lit
Thank
cigarettes
you.
over into my
Okay.
backyard.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. Please keep it to 3 minutes. We've got a long day. Again.
Try very hard. Greg Brahms, live at 70 Dogwood, just built a house there. Love the area, been coming to the area for 30 years. I hope to spend more time, if not retire here or live here forever. I want to go through just some quick points. Thank you very much for listening. You guys are very, very conscientious about everybody's feelings, and that's wonderful. Old Seagrove is a very, very charming, special, unique place. I think we can all unanimously agree. Once it's gone forever. So you'll never see it again if you allow these massive, gigantic houses to come in. So it's up to us to make a collective decision that's smart for the future of the neighborhood and retaining the character, et cetera. I built a house very recently. It's right along, it's almost exactly along the guidelines of the modifications that they're proposing. It's about 4,500 square feet. We tried to retain trees. We didn't try to fill the whole lot. So I did that intentionally. I could have built a bigger house, maybe more value, but I chose not to because I want to retain this Old Seagrove feel, style, vibe. If we maintain on the path we are, it's inconsistent with the area. Seaside has restrictions, Grayton, all these other communities. It would be inconsistent to let Old Seagrove just go crazy, like the beginning of Dogwood Street. Can you imagine what, if all those houses were built all throughout Old Seagrove, it'd be completely ruined. It just, almost every tree would be gone, and it would be terrible. It'd just be, ruin the whole neighborhood. Value. I think the people who are arguing about their values going down, I strongly disagree with that. You build they can still build very nice, beautiful houses. They act like you're taking their entire property rights away. They're modifications, and they're moderate and reasonable and fair. They're not crazy or excessive. We're not taking their whole house away. So, and value-wise, I argue that they're gonna have increased values by retaining the charm of the neighborhood. I read an article on Carmel out in California. They have 1,200 square foot houses that are worth $4.5 million. They've retained their charm. They've been tight restrictions. It's been good for that community and the values. I think these people are really surprised. The values will be retained and they will actually increase over time. Again, these are modest reductions, reasonable. They can still build nice, big, beautiful houses. So don't have a lot of sympathy for them. They can build great places. We don't want to turn Dogwood into, or the whole neighborhood into Destin, Panama City. That's the last thing we want to do. It's becoming a commercial zone too. We're talking about these massive rentals. This is, as far as I know, this is a residential community. But these big houses have made it a commercial. It's not a commercial zone. It's a residential zone. It's gone way, way, way overboard. And bottom line is, more huge houses will absolutely ruin Old Seagrove. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, yes, sir, right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Greg Broms, B-R-O-M-S, 70 Dogwood. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Phil Sharp, S-H-A-R-P-E. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for listening. I did prepare a speech, but most of the items have been covered already. I would like to talk to 2 points. One, a case has been made by some folks here today that the value of their property will actually go down as a result of these guidelines. Having spoken to people in Grayton, Seaside, Point Washington, those are the 3 I've spoken to, it's their opinion that guidelines such as this plan actually increase the value of their property, not decreased it. Secondly, I would like to state that having had a neighborhood plan in Grayton, the percentage of residents has gone up significantly in Grayton Beach since they implemented their neighborhood plan. So it's been healthy for that area. The final point I'd like to make is that these large, I call them mini hotels, frankly, most of them are. I come from a country where we originated bed and breakfast, but they don't give you breakfast in these places. So they're mini hotels. What I see happening long term, and by the way, we've been coming here since, well, for 30 years. I lived in Tallahassee, and then we lived in Atlanta. We're a resident here now. What I see happening, and there's a book you can read about this, it's called The Last Resort, and I recommend you all read it. It's about resort areas that allow overdevelopment of mini hotels and resorts to the detriment of the residents without consideration. What I see happening with these mini hotels is the rental rates are going up. They're renting out to people who are 20 people or more, who are not frequenting our local restaurants and businesses. I see them bringing in their food and all their alcohol with them. And what is happening is the rental numbers are starting to decrease a little bit now. As they do decrease, the owners will want to increase the rates. And as those of you with an economic background will know, that then decreases the demand. And so what we're going to see is some of these are going to go back on the market. And when they do, the investors who are looking to buy them will look at the rental market, see that it's dropping, will not buy them. And then they're going to sit there empty and become monstrosities. Now, what's happened to date has happened. But we can stop this right now and start to put guidelines in place to restrict this. We're trying to do it as a neighborhood. We're trying to preserve our charm, the safety and welfare of our residents. We can do it as a county at a larger level with the bigger plans. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Name is Barry Lawler, last name Lollar. I'm not going to go through what a lot of people already said, but I do want to make a couple of comments, make sure we're clear on the plan. There's three key elements in our plan. One is to save the footprint of a road, which saves the trees. Two is restrict building height. And three, I just lost my train of thought.
Setbacks?
Not the setbacks, the building height. And in no way do we restrict short-term rentals. I'm a short-term rental person myself, and people love my one-bedroom rental. They love to have, kids love the fun, to ride the bikes on the dirt roads, to play in the streets, to walk to Seaside, to walk to the beach. So we in no way are we restricting short-term rentals. But like several people have said, you know, I actually looked as Kara Massey said, really looked at my property as an investment. But when I got ready to retire, I said, what better place could I go than Old Seagrove? I'm an old country boy. I love the dirt roads. I love watching the squirrels in the trees, the fox and the raccoons cross. I've had as many as 6 deer in my backyard at one time. That is quickly going away as these developers clear cut the lots, build the houses that sleep 25 to 30, and that's on the small lots. What's going to happen on the large lots? Is it going to sleep 40 to 50? So I think that's what we're asking you to do today, is look at our plan, those three items. It's really key to the plan. And to address maybe what Mr. Salamone said, come visit some of our committee members. I'm on the committee. I don't live in a big house. My house was built in 1987. My friends call it the Brady Bunch house. Sue Dean mentioned on Canal. We're not all big houses. We could say our property rights, you're going to devalue our property rights by building the big houses. So I just want to thank you for your time and thank you in advance for your support of voting yes for our plan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
unless somebody's got something new.
Does anybody have anything different to add, anything totally different that has not already been covered? Okay, please keep it short.
I am short. My name is Meredith Angrist, Angrist. I'll be quick. I've owned property on 30A since 2012. I was in watercolor. We recently became empty nesters, and we didn't want to be in watercolor anymore because we wanted neighbors. We wanted dirt roads, same thing, flowers. We moved next to Shirley and Barry, and it has been wonderful. I'm trying to stop without ruining it. I think you all really need to keep the idea of pride preservation. We've said it before. I left watercolor to have a neighborhood. I have that now. I love it. All the people in green are wonderful. They care about their world, they care about their neighbors, they care about their property. We don't want everything to turn into rentals and big houses. That's it.
Thank
I know
you.
I said I'm
Thank you.
beating a dead horse, but thank you.
Okay, anybody have anything totally different that has not already been addressed that they'd like to address? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing public comments.
Oh, you gotta,
Madam Chair.
Do what?
you gotta,
Have a what? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there someone on Zoom? Okay.
I'll wait till Zoom.
And who is that? Okay. Pam, are you there?
gotta turn
Pam.
the video on.
Are you there? Hello?
She needs to turn her video
Hello?
on.
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry, we're not able to connect. So, Commissioner Curry, go ahead.
I appreciate everybody coming up here and speaking. I wrote some notes. I don't disagree with really anything that the board has said up here. But I know on several occasions, this logo behind our head is used quite frequently. Pride, preservation, and conservation. It's more than just a saying. It's a way of life in Walton County and needs to be respected. I'm going to be short and sweet, but I'm prepared to make a motion, but let the other commissioners speak if they'd like to.
Commissioner Gladwell?
Well, I'm still thinking, but I will say that I think the plan is a good plan. I think it, I don't think we can exclude units or properties inside, 5 or 6 or 7 blocks inside. So if we're thinking about doing that, we need to reject the whole thing because you can't piecemeal this. On the other hand, I'm still thinking about the Solomons because they're on they're on the fringe, and them, and the reason I ask about the Johnsons is they're really next door. Those could be excluded and maintain the integrity of the rest of it, and it's sort of a compromise, but it's getting the most bang for the buck. So that's where I am.
Commissioner Anderson?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Atkinson first before I speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. So last board meeting, there was a question where, and we've heard it again today, there were people who raised some questions about whether this could potentially constitute a Harris Act claim, inverse condemnation. I think everyone knows how I feel about when people stand up here and say, you're gonna get sued. You can get sued for anything. We do get sued for a lot of things. But there were a few comments made both by members of the audience, and I think staff responded to some of those, that effectively were, you've done a lot of these and nobody ever challenges you. And so that stuck with me. And I think it stuck with me mainly because the suggestion is we do these, we can do them. Certainly there are people who disliked it. If they would have sued us, they would have gone in and sued us. The operative word there is would have. So I do want to advise the board of a few things, and the board should always understand it is my job, and I will stand here and represent the board in its decisions. And if the board passes this and we're sued, I'll defend the board. But I do have to give you advice on the front end always about potential issues. I asked questions earlier today related to the prior adoptions, and I did so because in 2021, the Burt J. Harris Act, Chapter 70.001, was amended by the Florida legislature, and it was amended in substantial fashion. Prior to 2021, the term government action, as it was applied, or action of a governmental entity, read specific action of a government entity which affects real property, including acts on applications or permits, period. Applications or permits. That's it. So prior to 2021, dealing with building permits, development orders, that was your scope. Today, and since 2021, when the Florida legislature saw fit to amend this, and the bill that amended it was very clearly titled Protection of Property Rights, now reads, or adopting or enforcing any ordinance, resolution, regulation, rule, or policy. So we sit here today, post 21, and by the way, we've not adopted a neighborhood plan by ordinance since this has happened. What I would tell you is, and somebody's gonna say, well, wait a minute, you didn't say anything when we adopted this one in 24, did you? No, I didn't. But if you look back at the ordinance that we adopted, it specifically references the amendment to the 2018 ordinance for that. And with all due respect to Kristen, the reason I was trying to make sure I had this point clear, The board could have done a brand-new ordinance just dealing with that new piece of property, the new section of property added. In that case, we wouldn't be protected under our prior 2018 ordinances that fall under the prior law. We didn't. We tracked under our 2018 ordinances. I would strongly suggest that anyone seeking to bring a claim against an ordinance adopted prior to a state statute that does not allow for suits under ordinance isn't going to go anywhere. So the answer, nobody has sued us, is probably completely answered because nobody could sue us. Now, will they, won't they? Different animal. I want to be very clear. We are subject to claims. We were protected, in my opinion, prior to 2021 from any claim that would have been brought related solely to an overlay district adopted by ordinance because we were not acting on a permit or other development order. But the Harris Act, pursuant to the Florida legislature, changed substantially in 2021. We know that later in 22, the legislature provided additional language about diminution in value, loss of potential income, that expands the attorney's fees provisions when we adopt ordinances that affect someone's expected interest. And so I say all that because this was discussed at length at the last meeting, and I did spend more than a little bit of time trying to research that to make sure I could give you why would that be a concern today if it was never a concern before. And the simple answer is because the legislature changed the law. So I would be remiss to sit here and say, your 2018 ordinances, they're fine and they're examples of why nobody's going to bring a claim. Now, what I would tell the board in adopting this is we have the right to adopt overlay districts. If our act is determined to create a regulatory burden, this is regulation, we have to concede that. If it is an inordinate burden that is imposed on a property owner, they have the right to seek redress in a court of law. Now, what is that? Florida law says, the Byrd-Harris Act, and quoting a federal case here, that the Byrd-Harris Act embodies the doctrine of equitable estoppel. And that is a property owner who has incurred substantial investment of either their time or their money into a piece of property has a reasonable basis of relying on existing laws, and when they have no reason to know that the laws are likely, not that they could, but they're likely to change, they have now obtained a vested right in those. What I would say to you in adopting this, when you consider this, I do believe that it is a difficult position for the board because it is not clearly yes or no. The board certainly has the option of entertaining the other options. I know it may not be the favored choice of the neighborhood, and I know that I've heard a couple of comments up here that say, if we're going to piecemeal this, we should just not adopt it. That is a policy call, and I would defer to you and certainly recognize that can be your decision. And that can be a good basis for your decision if you wish to make it. It is neither good or bad in what I'm saying. But what I will tell you is, you do need to make sure when you adopt this, that if you're including a parcel in this, and we're saying this is an overlay district, there's a neighborhood plan, that we are able to say without any question that, one, it is absolutely of all similar relationship to everybody else. If parcels are not similarly situated to everyone else in this plan, that's your first claim right there. Because they're going to say you imposed conditions on me that may have been reasonable for my neighbors, but would not have been reasonable on my parcel because it was different. So we're not even within the concept of what our ordinance says we're trying to do. So we have to be clear about that. And we've heard those arguments. The board must make that determination today, in my opinion, that all of these parcels are similarly situated and no one is not similarly situated. I will go ahead and tell you right now, I recognize that draws a line with a very sharp knife between different groups of people sitting out there in the audience who've said mine are different and mine aren't. And you do have that, and I don't envy you having to make that decision, but I'm trying to give you the best guidance you can in making this decision. The other thing I would say is be mindful of anything we propose, and Krista and I may not agree on everything I'm going to say here, but she and I do agree on one thing. The absolute easiest thing to do if you're gonna change anything about what's proposed is to redraw the boundary. Now, can you redraw the boundary where you have a 8-sided star with a squiggly line somewhere in there? No, you can't do that. So it's gotta be clean lines, I think is what Kristen's suggesting. Without her having said that, she certainly is welcome to stand up and say, no, that's not what I meant, but I think that's what she's suggesting. That's the easiest way to do it. That's how you guarantee everything is in a tight, contiguous, and compact area and are similarly situated. However, it is also critical that the board consider if the restrictions you are now placing on a piece of property is going to make one of those parcels that otherwise would or could have developed consistently with other parcels adjacent to it, now not able to do that. That is the real question of this adoption and where I think if you have challenge, it will come from. So the neighborhood plan, they're asking to do this. And I said this at the last meeting in response to one of Commissioner Drake's questions. And I had 2 follow-up questions from other commissioners about it, so I want to say it for the benefit of the whole board. And Commissioner Drake, if you recall, I responded to you kind of talking about from a homeowners association standpoint. There are absolutely voluntary homeowners associations that people can create. There are involuntary ones that are created before they buy their lots. If you buy into an established homeowners association with rules and regulations set and covenants restrictions exist, that's involuntary. You have no say, you have no vote. And that can be imposed before anybody owns the property. That's what developers do. Voluntary homeowners associations, what I referred to last time, are examples of properties where the group of owners get together and say, we wish to impose restrictions to preserve our neighborhood. To do that under Florida law requires unanimous consent. That's not what we have here. Our ordinance does not require unanimous consent. But to that point, I'm not saying you need unanimous consent here. I think that was a misunderstanding perhaps some commissioners had in asking me that follow-up. I'm just saying if you're drawing the line, could they do this through another method? They would require unanimous consent to do it through any other way. So they're asking you to do it through our process, which does not require it. And that's what this board has chosen to enact, and you have that ability. The last comment I would say, to the extent, and we've heard a few comments about people purchased property, and I think Mac and I know Mac's eager to talk. I see him up there, very eager to say something. I think he probably will agree with this last point, then he can probably disagree with some other points I made. To the extent that anyone does have a vested right under a plat, there is nothing we do in land use that can alter what is on a plat. The alteration of a plat requires the joinder of every single owner of that plat and then the board to approve the replat. So I want to be very clear, if somebody out here is saying, I believe I have a vested right under a plat of record that I bought or that was imposed, and this one's a little tricky. Mr. Davis is probably about to jump up here and point out that some people in here owned and built homes prior to the plat. For example, 1939 is when the plat is, and we've had somebody say that and built a house in the 30s. They are now bound by that plat, but they entered into it. What I would say is, we approve this. I don't want there to be any illusions. If somebody comes in and says, these are my rights under a recorded plat, Mr. Carpenter, I know there's a neighborhood plan over the top of me, or I know this is my land use district, but this is what it says on my plat. We're not gonna sit there and be like, we don't follow the plat. We have to follow the plat because the record plat statute didn't even go into effect till 71, and it adopted every plat that meets its approvals there that came in before that. So to be clear, there was a comment about a variance, and I make this comment because there was a comment from one of the people who spoke about variances. The goal is not to have variances when you adopt one of these. The goal is to avoid that. So the variance process is not that solution, but I do not want that comment about the variance process not being a solution to ignore the fact that when we impose land development regulations through our LDC, our flume, our zoning map, or through an overlay district, we are not ever going to be able to supersede a recorded plat of record in this county that the Board of County Commissioners has adopted, because those persons have vested rights. And if that is what we try to do, then I'm going to take the may out of it. We will get sued. We will lose. we have to honor plats of record. So, and I'm not saying we're violating that, I'm just letting you know, if somebody produces that and that's their argument in the future, this neighborhood plan does not alter that. And we just have to be very clear about that, or otherwise we're gonna get a much larger challenge to the validity of what we're doing. But Mr. Carpenter, please.
Hang on, let me ask you one question, Mr. Atkinson. When you said the law changed, why wouldn't we go ahead and be proactive and change ours if it was gonna be this controversial with our process to have a neighborhood plan, and that law changed in Tallahassee? Why didn't we go, okay, well, wait a minute, and then everything that you said, why didn't we go ahead and change that now or cut it out?
So it straddles some of my time here, so I'm not sure I can give a complete answer, but I'll give you the best answer.
Okay.
I can give of why you still have neighborhood plans, and I haven't said, hey, I think these all per se violate it, because one, the Burt-Harris Act is an as-applied challenge. So in constitutional law, we're talking about constitutional rights here, and Burt-Harris Act says, look, we're gonna expand the constitutional rights to create a statutory right that goes beyond even a constitutional taking. But you have two types of challenges to laws under constitutional grounds. One is what we call facial, the other is what we call as applied. A facial challenge means the law on its face is unconstitutional. It can never be applied in a way that is constitutional. As applied is just what it sounds like. The law as applied is unconstitutional, but it could be applied in a way that is constitutional. So that background piece of information there, I look at Chapter 8 Neighborhood Plan Overlay Districts, and aside from the random Muni Code codification that says Beach Highland Neighborhood Plan Overlay District 8.0300, and then everything under 8.03 lays out all the other plans. Aside from that, just this codification that shows up online if anybody ever looks, 8.03.00 are all validly adopted neighborhood plans prior to the 2021 statutory amendment. There is no basis to challenge those today because they've been adopted and they pre-exist. If we were to do away with all of our neighborhood planning process, the way this is written, we would be doing away with adopted overlay districts. So that's one reason why I've not said, hey, we just need to take it all off the books. But secondly, we have to be clear, we can adopt overlay districts. No question about that. The question is, are we subject to an as-applied challenge? So not everyone is invalid. So when the law changed, it just means we have to be more careful in how we go about doing it. And it created a new cause of action against ordinances that did not exist prior to 2021. Before, it would have solely been somebody comes in and asks for a building permit, you tell them no. Somebody comes in and says, hey, I want a development order to build 2 single-family homes on this property. My density says I can build 4, and we say, we're not giving it to you. We don't like it. Build 1. Or I want to build 1 and I'm entitled to 4. Well, it's too big. Well, where's the code says? Well, we just don't think so. Doing something like that's what used to get you sued. Now, it's the adoption of an ordinance, resolution, or regulation. I won't belabor why the legislature changed that whatsoever, but I will say this. It's not because of the Walton County Overlay District. I want to be very clear about that, but and Commissioner Drake could certainly refrain from commenting given his prior service in the legislature, but I don't think it's any secret for me to say that we have local governments in other parts of this state that very much loved to pass laws and tell everybody you're now subject to it, regardless of whether those people had already done a lot. And so you hear us say all the time, hey, listen, we have to apply the code that's on the books right now, and you can't change it midstream. You can't change the code and say, we don't like this project. Hold on, let's repeal that ordinance. Not everywhere in the state actually adheres to that, believe it or not. So we have law that says you can't do that because some local governments didn't necessarily adhere to that.
So would you recommend to keep the process as is from this point to looking at future neighborhood plans, or should we adjust it or leave it alone?
I would say this. I would certainly want feedback from Mr. Carpenter. I'm not worried about the percentage thresholds, to be quite honest with you, because it still says further consideration at your level. What I would say is we may need to be clear that to the degree our planning staff provides technical assistance for an adopted neighborhood plan, one thing that definitely should be considered under that contents of neighborhood plan, section 8.0204 of our code, would be groupings or clusterings of similarly situated properties versus non-similarly situated properties. I will pick on the Grayton plan, not because it's bad, but because, one, it's a good example of a small cluster community we've referenced. Two, Mr. Davis was here when that was adopted, and so he can jump up and down and say I'm wrong, and Mac's well familiar with it, so I've got people who can tell me I'm not telling you the accurate statement. The way the Grayton plan was adopted was not a one-size-fits-all, so to speak. And it wasn't exceptions. I want to be clear, there weren't exceptions, but it recognized what's down there when you get right there towards the Gulf is very different than what is 2 streets back. What comes in on Defuniak Street and 1 row off changes. What gets over there to the Dune Lake is something different. And so there was recognition of how the community had developed. And so I would say it is more of a, not a change, is more of probably a memorialization of the way we have gone through these processes to make sure we cluster similarly situated properties. We don't take one property that never would have been subject to these regulations and, well, now you can't build a house that looks exactly like the house to your left and the house to your right because we want you to look like the house 2 rows down. That's not what you see in Grayton. Now, you don't see any, you see those 2 and 3 story houses there overlooking the Dune Lake that are being built as you curve around the outside. You don't see those on those interiors, but those are consistent with the neighborhood plan because that's how it was done. So I think it's probably more of a, yeah, and I think you've heard this before. It's an opportunity we need to review what's in our codes so that we make sure we are able to apply them consistently and correctly. That's all, and now we're right in the wheelhouse back of that as applied. So those are my comments. I hope that is not meant to direct the board to take action one way or the other. I hope it is helpful guidance, but as always, I probably made that clear as mud, so.
You did. Thank
I
you.
apologize.
Mr. Carpenter, go ahead. Did you?
I almost forgot what my question was. Any aspect of the land development code that we change would be subject to an administrative remedy through the Board of Adjustment in a variance circumstance, would it not? Would they not have to address any hardship circumstance as a result of this neighborhood plan, which becomes a component of the land development code and is administered just like anything else that the board adopts, because we approve it by the same kind of ordinance, amending the land development code?
Oh, ultimately, yes. And I was not suggesting they cannot go to the ZBOA. It was rather.
But would they not have to first exhaust their administrative remedies before they go to circuit court?
Not after 2021, unfortunately, Mr. Carpenter. The mere adoption of an ordinance that burdens someone's property does not require them to assert that, because the adoption of the ordinance was what changes the rights. The exhaustion of administrative remedies does exist, but that applies to the approval or denial of permits.
And it's also, it would be a process that would always be in perpetuity. It would be a problem in perpetuity if we adopted it on the front end. If we adopted the overlay with exceptions, then it's no longer an issue, right? As long as it doesn't violate
Indeed.
Burt Harris Jr. Act.
Indeed.
And so it's over with.
Correct.
But if we go the route where we'll cover it with a blanket and then we'll allow for the variance process to take place, well, then all 100 and however many homes that are affected could go through that process endlessly.
Correct. And Mr. Carpenter, what I'm suggesting is the challenge is not to them coming in and asking to do something and being denied because the ZBOA denied them. The challenge will be the ordinance, as it is applied on its face, takes my rights away. The law changed to allow them to challenge the ordinance in 2021. And that was, I can't express how much of a sea change that was in regulatory takings law. That's the problem.
But is there a distinction between, if I could follow up, is there a distinction between the ordinance we're adopting today to amend the land development code in the neighborhood plan context and any other ordinance amending the land development code that the board chooses to adopt?
The distinction would be as to what each does. So there's always a distinction. And that what I mean by that is We do a lot of things through land development, through ordinances, small-scale amendments, PUDs. We do many of these things. But those come, and what I would specifically say the difference here is, those are either, one, county-sponsored. County came up with it on its own, and in that case, when we do that, as you well know, Mr. Carpenter, just like we talked about the Miami-Dade decision, where there was a huge overlay district that went into effect. I'm seeing some nods out there in the audience too from where this came up last time. That case went through, there were a lot of settlements attached, but it was determined that it was a wholesale overlay, just like applying zoning for the first time is not automatically a Harris Act challenge. What we're dealing with here, though, is not the second option, which is a owner asking for a change and us voting up or down, but rather it is the county adopting a plan that imposes restrictions on owners who either have not expressed their request or have specifically expressed they do not want it. So to me, there is a huge distinction in that regard.
Any other questions?
One last question. Is there a way to adopt the plan affording due process to negatively affected property owners who may feel as if they are or should be protected by Burt Harris Jr. Act? Is there a way to adopt it, offer due process, giving them a time period, and you may tell me we've already passed this, but to give them a time period to say whether or not they're relinquishing their rights to make, to enter into legal recourse at, some future date and be done with it?
The Harris Act does spell out those timeframes within itself. So the Burt J. Harris Jr. Act specifically says they have to give us notice within so much time. We have to respond with proposed settlement discussions within so much time, and it proceeds. So for us to adopt it, really their basis is already founded within the act. Now, if you're at...
Well, I guess what I'm asking is could we go ahead and say, hey, we're going to do this, but we're going to provide exemptions to the following people, and you have X amount of time to let us know whether you want to be included in that, and if not, it's exhausted? Or would the statute take precedence?
That's effectively going to happen. Let's say you do what you said there. We don't even have to say you have so much time. We can say, look, we're going to allow an opportunity for exemption, and somebody can choose not to do it, but the moment we say that time stops is when their time clock under Burt Harris starts. So, but you can certainly do that, and I would suggest if the board did that, it would limit some of the exposure because the county is already acknowledging up front it is going to allow people an opt-out period. It would certainly, in my opinion, as long as we have actual notice that we've done this and we've given people a chance to opt out, I think it's going to be very hard for a subsequent property owner to ever come in and say they were adversely affected. I do think that would be true.
I'm trying to protect the work that has been put forward today up to this point for the last 2 years to create an overlay district. I'm trying to honor and protect that work while at the same time making sure that we are in constitutional order. And that's what I'm getting at.
Okay. I'd like to have a moment, please. I'd say a few things. First of all, I find it really kind of confusing that you all went through this 2-year process and this is a plan that we're supposed to be able to adopt, and now it sounds like, well, we can adopt it, but we have to be worried about this and we have to be worried about that. It seems like it should be a plan that we can either adopt it as said, as stated, or not, but either way would be okay. Either way would be all right. I would like to say that from my experience, and I do live down on the south end, and I am very familiar with monster homes, and I'm very familiar, or mini hotels, whatever you want to call them, with the damage and destruction that they do to a neighborhood. And everything that you all said that happens with the traffic, and you saw pictures of the cars and you see it every day down here. every day. We give them certain number of cars, parking places that they can park, and they park in other people's driveways. They park wherever they want to. They park all over the place. The trash is atrocious. It's all over the place. To one lady's point, the behavior that happens on some of these, when you allow 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 and 70 people in these homes, I have tried for 2 years to get this changed to where a monster home could not just be approved at the planning level, that it would have to come to the board to be approved if it was over X number of bedrooms or something. I have not been successful in doing that, and we continue to be destroyed in this community by allowing more and more of these homes. I think, and from what I understand from a lot of people lately, is that people aren't filling up these monster homes, but they do like the smaller homes. They do enjoy renting the smaller homes, and you get a lot more people that are renting those. So I don't see where you're going to lose value if you're not allowed to build a monster home on your property. I just don't see that that's the issue. I think if we do this today and we allow that area to be excluded from this, you are going to see 5 monster homes with people that do not care about the noise, the trash, the traffic, the parking, or the behavior, or anything else, because that's what we have all over right now, and we all know it, especially those of us that live in the South End. We know it. So once we make this decision today, it's very possible that the charm of Old Seagrove will be gone. And we have got to preserve the charm of these areas that are left in here, because I know I have been driving 30A. I have been here since the 70s, off and on, all of the 70s practically. And about 5 years ago, driving down 30A, I thought, oh my gosh, the feel has changed. The actual feel of driving 30A has changed because of all the building, the overbuilding, the overdevelopment. I have watched ZBOA meetings where people go and say, oh, it's a hardship, I don't want to put that many parking places in. Okay, don't put that many parking places in. And then they go and use the neighbors. I know a lot of people that have moved away from the South End because people were parking in their parking lot, and to someone else's point, they can't get out of their own driveway to go do what they need to do. It's ridiculous. And this is our opportunity to say, we hear you, we understand, and we really want to keep the trees and preserve this beautiful, gorgeous area. We don't have much of this left. We have totally built up my district, and we just don't have many more areas that we can preserve and we can keep beautiful and keep quaint. And it truly is a stunning area. The tree canopies are beautiful. If you do this, all those trees that they were talking about that are on those front rows are going to be gone because you're going to allow somebody to come in and clear cut that. Is that really what we want? It's not what I want. I want to preserve the beauty, the tranquility, and it is our job to preserve the safety and well-being of the people that live in this county. And if we don't preserve that, shame on us, because to the points we've heard repeatedly today, you all have experienced atrocious behavior. I mean, 70 kids in a house, are you kidding me? Do you want that next door to you? Do any of you want that next door to you? I don't want it next door to me. And I don't think that we should force that down your throats. You bought in this area, some of you, Didon had been here her whole life, I believe, and a lot of you have been here 30, 40, 50 years, and some to the point of 80 and more, and Didon, I believe, is one of those. We've got to take a stand. We cannot continue to let developers come in here and just do whatever they want. And that's what's going to happen if we don't do this as you have requested.
Mr. Atkinson, I just want to make sure I understood you. If we pass the overlay and say there's well, let's just take this map. This person right here, they voted for it. And so we implement it, and 3 or 4, or 2 or 3 years from now, they sell. And the new owner says, wait a minute, I want to build this monster house. So is there any chance that that could come back to be a Burt Harris claim for a subsequent owner? Not the current owner.
The adoption of the ordinance today could not be a Harris Act claim for a subsequent purchaser because the case law dealing with Burt J. Harris Jr. Act claims says the property owner must be the fee owner of the property at all times relevant to the time the claim arises. However, if they come in and under this neighborhood plan assert some claim of application, such as they apply for a variance and we deny it, and then there could be other basis of claim. But the ordinance itself, the adoption today, cannot be challenged by a person who does not own the property today. And that's without regard to whether they voted yes or no. If they vote no today, they don't challenge it, they sell it, the next guy doesn't acquire the right to sue either because of the way the case law works.
He does or doesn't?
Does not.
Okay.
But the issue is not with who comes in 5 years down the line. It's the presently vested property owner and their interest. And it is what is their actual current right to the property. If this ordinance by operation burdens an actual existing right, that is what the Burt J. Harris Jr. Act says you cannot do.
Well, another question that, I want to make sure I understood what you said. If the properties are the same and they're vested with the same rights, so just again, this map, these properties are obviously bigger. Say they were excluded from the, by a boundary. So say the boundary was right here. So these are excluded, and these over here that are 4 or 5 down, they're all similarly situated. So would they have a Burt Harris claim for us passing an overlay district where the boundary where they're well within the boundaries and they have no less or more rights than their neighbor?
So the way I'll answer that is, could they bring a claim? Anybody can bring a claim. Y'all have heard that 100 times. I know everybody gets sick of hearing me say it.
Gonna win.
Well, I can't predict that, unfortunately. If I could predict the outcome of cases, I actually wouldn't be practicing law. I'd probably be doing something in the predictive fields where I could make an incredible amount of wealth predicting the future. There's a good call for that, I think. That being said, in your scenario, my point about similarly situated parcels is not necessarily the immunity or the exemption from the claim, but rather what type of claim we face. If you have House A, vacant parcel B, House C, and the adoption of this plan effectively presents those person in the vacant lot the ability to build a house similar to their neighbors, was their actual property right that they believe they had to build something that was incredibly different than their neighbors? They've got to bear some burden of demonstrating that, and I think it would give the county a better argument. So in every overlay district case that I've ever reviewed, the answer has always been the same. The government is on better, not completely safe, but better footing to make sure overlays are internally consistent to themselves, meaning similarly situated properties are treated the same, and properties that are not similarly situated are not just brought into it. And we're getting into probably more land use planning law than y'all ever really care to hear, but it's getting very similar to spot or reverse spot zoning analysis of these properties would have been this, and you're now saying you're not going to do this. I would say that if you bring parcels in that do not appear similar to other parcels in this plan, they're going to have a lot bigger claim. And so it is the size of the claim, the magnitude of it, and what we face, because we are putting more restriction on them. And what is the reasonable investment-backed expectation is what an appraiser is going to come in and give, and it is the reasonable investment-backed expectation of the property. And so when I look at those issues, we're having to view this under equitable estoppel and fundamental due process, or how these claims are evaluated. That's the exact wording out of the statute. They're at least very close to it if it's not verbatim. The issue becomes, in my opinion, the question of if you do not treat a property the same as its neighbors, or you treat a property that has different characteristics the same as properties with different characteristics, they're gonna say we had a different expectation because our property was different. And with all due respect to the Solomons, who've been here since the 30s, that's their investment, is their time, not their money, and so that's theirs. And I told you time or money, but it's not a function of, well, at 40 years the claim's better than at 80 years or worse. It doesn't get into that analysis. So I respect that. I think there's a lot to be said for those discussions. That's something you can take up as just a moral policy discussion. The question is, are properties on 30A different than properties interior not on 30A? Are larger lots something different than not? Those are the questions you're being asked to determine. Now, you've had other people here say, look, we think this is affecting our rights and value. They may well have a claim. But if you treat everything the same and you know going in that there are properties that are just not situated similarly to the other properties that you're now making them conform to, we're going to have a lot harder time justifying why that regulation met a legitimate public purpose in court, in my opinion.
So, my last question, I promise. So, I think Mr. Carpenter made his opinion clear, that in his opinion, this overlay district, it meets the similarly included. What's your opinion? Do you think this?
So I can't offer you a testimonial opinion because you have to hear a testimony from them out there, not me up here with you. What I will tell you is this. You have heard both sides of that argument today. I cannot express any better offer or guidance one way or the other than what you've heard. And this is one of those times people think I would like to instruct y'all what to do. No, I really don't want to have to be in your shoes and any one of the five of you of having to vote on this, because that is a very tough call of whether parcels on 30A that are larger are similarly situated, and then when we get to the interior, parcels that have not had the right to build or have not taken the opportunity to build. They've had the right, but they've not taken the opportunity to build and are now not going to have the same right their neighbors did. Are we adversely affecting them? That is a very difficult call on both sides, because fundamentally you do have one of the last few clearly cohesive areas of the South End. And it is. It's clearly cohesive. But does that mean every single lot in there is the same? No, it's not. We all know that. But it is a very tough call. I will say this. Had the homogeneous nature of this plan been what was proposed when the Great Beach Plan was adopted, I don't know if it ever makes it through. Not because of legal challenge, but because it's just not. It's just not as homogeneous down there. And you look at where there are, Point Washington, there are certain levels of homogeneity in this county. This area has some, but it does vary road to road, street to street, and I would definitely say this is a well-bounded area between two county roads with smaller neighborhood roads in between them. How the board chooses to apply that is there. I will make this comment though, Commissioner. While I agree with Kristen, the easiest option is just to draw the boundaries, where we kind of left off at the last meeting talking about a discussion between merger of, was it B and D or C and E? I forget which one it was. If you're looking at how to eliminate the most possible claims, something to that effect gets to what Commissioner Drake was talking about, which is not creating a true opt-out, but it is creating a recognition of these parcels are going to get to develop consistently with what they would have been before this, but not go above and beyond. And I don't think we were hearing a lot of pushback from people saying, hey, we want to build a true monster house, but we might want something a little bit more than what's on our property right now today. So if you're looking at that, that is probably the most insulatory method, but it is not the easiest method, to Kristen's point, and I agree with her.
So that, I'm
You
a
said it was
lie.
your last one.
Well, this is for Kristen.
If my
Go over-
answers
These
keep
are
getting
good questions,
longer,
though.
this is not going well for
They're
any
good
of us.
Go over C and D again.
And I don't remember which two the hybrid were, so please don't hold me to whichever those were. But Kristen, do you remember what we were talking about, a merger of two options?
Yeah, that was the last option.
There we go.
Before she does that, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Atkinson a question. I'm no attorney, but you are. As a non-attorney, I look at the neighborhood plan, and the Salamonies are clearly, in my non-attorney opinion, going to be adversely affected, because they could be drawn out.
I mean, the south.
The Solomons are their own 30A, the Salamonies are interior lots.
Okay, then Solomons.
Okay.
The Solomons are clearly would clearly be adversely affected by legal definition, in my opinion. So, I mean, that has to be addressed. And then everything else, I guess, is
Butter.
subject to what we decide.
So are you saying draw them out, Commissioner Drake?
I think at a minimum, you have to.
I
You
think
draw-
that's C, isn't it?
That is B.
All right, B.
Yeah, no, that's not, that was one of them.
Okay, so B and if we do B and D, what's D?
What page are they?
So D, well, D is an option of just taking them out of the height, leaving them in the plan, but
Oh, no.
taking out the height and setback requirements for them.
Well, is there anything in there, any option, that passes the plan as written, but redraws the boundaries to draw the Johnson parcel and the Solomon parcels out?
So that would be a modified B to take in the Johnson parcel, which is kind of across the street from the Solomon properties.
It's adjacent, so
Yeah,
it
it's
wouldn't-
already contains a built home, a very large home.
But if that would satisfy the Attorney Johnson here,
Right.
and that satisfies the Solomons, and
The only ones exempted are the two parcels on Grove and Time at the corner of the Salomonies. It would, option B exempts 3 Solomon parcels, the Kenneth Earl Thorpe or Thorpe Kenneth Earl Living Trust parcel that's already been developed, and it actually, just for the record, does exempt one of our own parcels that falls in there.
It's
that
an
it-
easement.
It's an easement
Kind of a
parcel for
narrow-
stormwater. It's part of our stormwater management system.
Right.
But and then if you're adding that, it would leave out, but it still leaves out the Salamone properties. But that's what you would be addressing at that point in time.
Could you put up page 7 again? I just want to make sure what you guys are talking about with which properties.
And yeah, I'm looking at page 5, that's the.
Page 5?
No, that doesn't have a map, though.
Oh.
well, and just while you're looking for that, just to be sure, or just what I'm getting at is, I wanna honor the neighborhood plan, but up to Commissioner Drake's point, I think the Solomons have the best case, and the Johnsons are adjacent, so why not fix them too? I don't know that we can fix anybody else, but we can fix that.
Is Thorpe on 30A also?
It's right, it's on the other side of Solomon.
Okay.
The Johnson property is on the other side
It's
of
that
the
green
street.
one right next to the Solomons. And
It's
then
on
that
30A, yes, sir, it is, that was your question.
Johnson fronts on 30A.
Yes.
Johnson and Thorpe front on 30A, and then that little narrow piece right there that didn't vote, that's us.
Yeah, I had to include, to make it contiguous, we had to exempt the county piece and the other piece, which is already developed.
There you
Hey,
go.
back up one slide, please. So your commercial property, for reference, is the Old Seagrove Village Market that's now the condos, Surfing Deer. You have the little small, you'll see a very, very little small sliver, and I'm just gonna call left, so we can all see from our orientation up here. left is a small sliver, that is owned by Walton County. The next parcel before you get to the road that is nightcap, is the Thorpe Kenneth Earl Living Trust. Then you have the 3 yellow Solomon parcels. On the opposite side of Live Oak Street, the next parcel over, is Richard and Eileen Johnson. Is that the one that we had spoken? I'm getting a nod.
That's correct, that's right.
So those are all 30A parcels.
And they're all continuous, so
That's right.
you could draw the boundary, and then everything else we would pass as is.
That's definitely an option.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get the most bang for the buck. I mean, we're not gonna make everybody in this room happy, no matter what we do. I mean, so but that would seem to make the most people happy.
That's gonna line up a bunch of monster homes right along 38, just what we need, a bunch more monster homes. That's the problem. And once we do it, we can't undo it.
Well, 2 of those parcels are already there.
Well, I
The
know, but why
Solomons,
add more?
I'm gonna trust the Solomons won't sell to somebody that would do that.
Right, right.
Hey,
So I did speak with
Okay.
listen.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson.
I
I
can-
think
I have
she
to
wants
keep
to
order.
add, she may want to redevelop. She's already got a home there. She may have some plans for, or is working on some long-term plans for, redeveloping and maybe increasing the height there. And so that was my communication with her.
But they can only go to 50.
Right, only can go to 50.
The county is 50.
That's right. And the Solomon property,
But, and just to make everything clear, and I think this is, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Drake, but it sounds like his issue as well, is if we pass it totally, completely as is, we're probably going to get sued, and the whole plan could get thrown out. And so everybody loses in that scenario.
Okay, please, please, please.
So if we exempt basically these parcels, we have a lot better shot of keeping everything else.
We're
And
ruining
I'm
the
just
neighborhood.
asking questions. I haven't made a motion. I'm just asking questions, or trying to get.
Can I piggyback on what Glidewell's saying, I'm sorry, Commissioner Glidewell?
You can call me what you want.
With the Sioux word going around, since these folks followed the plan, did everything that we told them to do, and then we say no to the plan, does the 85% have an option to sue us?
Not under the Burt J. Harris Act, because we've not actually adopted an ordinance that burdens their right. What we're basically saying is they've asked us to adopt this, so if we approve it with exemptions, they're getting what they asked for. The ones who have asked for it, the ones who are exempted would not have a claim because they've not been affected. If we just deny it outright, though, nobody has lost anything. They have exactly what they already did. And then they can each come in and ask for that. But also, the other issue there is any single owner in there that wishes to restrict their property to make sure that that their own property is not affected can deed restrict or put their own covenants or restrictions on their own property and impose that if they ever choose to sell it. That is the right of the property owner. So no, I know of no basis of legal relief where the county would be exposed to monetary damages for not adopting a voluntary neighborhood plan.
I think we've got, going back to what I said about 4
Doesn't mean they
hours
might
ago,
not try, but
3 hours ago, I think we have sort of a moral imperative to honor an 85% vote. And we've talked a lot about limiting monster houses. This is really the first opportunity we've ever had to do it. And if we don't proceed, then that looks like we're talking a good game but not acting. So
That's right.
I'm not prepared to say no, but I do want to give us the best opportunity to proceed and not cost the county millions. So that's why I'm asking, we just exempt these 5 parcels. 2 of the 5 are already developed. Actually, it's 6 parcels. One of them belongs to the county and don't count. So basically, it's just those 3, and and we cut out a big problem, and the rest of the neighborhood, the 95% of the rest of it, gets what they want.
Well, if we exempt those, would that open the door for others to be exempt?
Only if you want to, but, I mean, I
No,
think.
I'm asking if they could, hey, you did them, I've changed my mind, I want to be exempt now.
Once we adopt it, if we adopt it, whoever is in when we adopt it is in, whoever is out when we adopt it is out. And unless you go with what Commissioner Drake was suggesting, which was allowing a window of time from adoption for an opt-out is attempted curative measure to avoid future claims, you could do that. But unless you specifically say that, who's in today is in, who's out today is out.
I'd like to make it clean.
Well, I'd like to say that we get threatened to be sued all the time, all the time. Every time I come to one of these land use meetings, they threaten to sue us if we don't do what they want. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's not the basis of what we should be doing here. We shouldn't be afraid that we're going to get sued, so therefore we've got to do something, you know, I just don't think that's right. I think we need to do what is right for the community. And what's right for the community is not to allow monster homes. I mean, if you can get through the board that the board will take care of any homes over 6 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms, and that comes to the board instead of going to you, then that'll give us more authority to make sure there aren't any more monster homes built, hopefully. But anything shy of that, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Commissioner, could I address?
Please.
I think you're exactly right. We have the code we have today. If we don't change it, we're going to continue to get what we've been getting because of our private property rights element in the comp plan. They have the right to develop their property consistent with the rules in place at the time they're developed. I would like to just, I mean, we're talking about dissimilar parcels or dissimilar circumstances within the neighborhood plan area. All of these properties are covered by residential preservation zoning, even the ones on 30A that are asking to be opted out. They have no different development opportunity than the people behind them. It's limited to residential use. So there's no commercial use available on these lots on 30A that would make them more valuable than the lots behind them, other than having a 30A address, just like everybody else down the street does. And that does have some value. I wouldn't disagree with that, but as far as their development opportunity, all they can do is build a house. And
Well,
they
you
can
know
rent
as
it.
well as I do that they will tell you that it's one thing, and when they get their CO, they turn a lot of things into bedrooms that weren't initially bedrooms. That happens all the time.
No, ma'am, I don't disagree with you about that, but what I'm saying are these folks that are asking to opt out don't have any rights that are different than the people that are in the plan.
But I would submit.
But if they opt out, are they?
Yeah, I would submit that if you build a 10-bedroom house and you put 60 kids in it, that is not residential, that is commercial. And I mean,
I won't argue with that. No, sir, I will not.
they shouldn't be building that stuff in a residential area, but they are. But that's commercial. That ain't, there is no way in the world you'll ever convince me that's not commercial. And
Well, and I'm not arguing that point. What I am hoping to inform the board is that under our zoning code, it's not considered commercial, although
I know.
I don't disagree with your opinion on that at all. And when they value these things, they're valuing them as an income-producing property and using the income approach to value. And that's the business way to value a business.
That's how you value commercial
So I
property.
certainly agree with you there, but under our code, you build a house, you can also rent it. And if you're renting it, yeah, that's a business, but it's not a different business. I mean, you can't open an office there other than that home office, home occupation opportunity, but you can't turn it into a restaurant in residential preservation. So these lots are similarly situated. They're all in the same zoning category. and they're in the same neighborhood, and being on 30A affords them a 30A address, but that's all. That's all they get under residential preservation zoning.
May I clarify now? Obviously, with the residential preservation zoning, Mr. Carpenter, I made the comment earlier, and I don't think you disagreed with me, that residential preservation zoning recognizes that lots of record on a plat are buildable lots in residential preservation. I see Kristen nodding. I mean, we're on the same page.
Yes, and these are.
Right, so, but to be clear, this is what I'm getting at is kind of the issue, just so we're clear there. I don't want somebody thinking that those three parcels, and what we have up in front of us, if everybody doesn't see on the screen, is we have the map that has the three Solomon parcels highlighted in yellow, so I guess I'm gonna pick on them for a second. It looks like three parcels, but when you look at it, the parcel on the left that goes a little deeper in there is the south half of Lot 10, which is half of a lot of record. Then you have all of Lot 11, all of Lot 15, and all of Lot 16. 15 and 16 are lots that run in 50 by 100, 50 wide, 100 deep off of 30A, and then 11 and 10 turn. They're 50 deep on Hickory, or 50 wide on the front of Hickory, and then 100-foot deep going back this way. So they have, at that point, just that one parcel is 3.5 lots. The ones next to them cover 14, cover 13. So doing this is, there could still be building that is different than the neighborhood plan, and we're gonna have to deal with that. Now, if what we're telling them is, no, we intend for this neighborhood plan to take away your platted vested rights, which RP was designed to make sure was preserved, and which state law and the Constitution says we have to preserve, that's going to be a challenge. I want y'all to be aware of that. So I also don't want us to approve this, say, no, we're gonna include them, and then they say, well, fine, we're gonna sell lot 16 and we're gonna sell lot 15. Well, there was only one house there. You can't let them build two houses. Au contraire, if we tell them no, we have a very big problem. And so I think they need to understand, I don't think that we're gonna tell them no in that scenario.
No, and we would not.
So
I mean,
just
that
so you
won't-
know,
that
they're
won't
still
change
gonna be
at
able to
all.
build. So I think what they're saying is just take this out so there's not a question, is what I think the ask was. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm seeing head nods there from people saying that's what they're saying, is so there's no question of future. But that's why I want y'all to be aware that this is only doing so much. And if the neighbors are expecting those houses never to be built on, or that those lots can't be, there's more than 3 houses that can be built on those 3 parcels as we sit here right here today.
No, and I think Mr. Atkinson makes a good point, and this is not unique. In residential preservation, if you have a parcel that contains 2 platted lots or 2 separately described lots that still exist in the condition they were in November 7, 1996, you can divide that residential parcel into 2 lots by deed. The code allows that today, and it would still allow that on the Solomon parcels.
You could probably build 5 4,900 square foot houses, even if it was in the plan.
6, based on the way I'm looking at it, because it looks like at least 6.
Right,
40 foot tall, 4,900 square feet. Those are big houses.
yes,
And you'd have 6 of them
yes,
right there. I mean, that's,
yes.
Well, each of those lots would be subject to the setbacks in the plan. So whether you could
And
get
that's gonna be the claim.
4,900 on one, I don't know.
But see, that's gonna be the claim that you
4,900
have
square
against
foot
you there,
by
because you're gonna
plan.
limit their density.
And you're going, I mean,
That's the problem I'm concerned
the
with.
Bert Harris claim will be based on where we could build a 10,000 square foot house, 6 of them. I mean, it's so, but it's a bad choice. It's like a gun to your head either way.
They can already build nice big houses right there.
So, if you're concerned about the Solomons being able to replat, but you want to leave them in the plan, that's option C. If you are concerned about the Solomons being able to replat and being subject to the other provisions in the plan, that's option B. So you take them out totally, or you can allow them to replat. I do believe that they are going to need to replat because they have properties that were divided many, many years ago. So they do not have existing grandfathered platted lots. That was changed by them on their own accord. So they have half of platted lots. This is what we've been talking about. So they're,
Those were changed by probate.
well, maybe, I mean, they're not, I don't think so, well, mean, they can speak to that, but they don't have the current configuration or the old 1939 configuration of those lots. They've
So
got-
alternative C is a pretty good, would you recommend alternative C?
I mean, that allows them to reconfigure their property, but
Right.
it keeps them in the neighborhood plan.
Right.
If the neighborhood plan is adopted, it sort of freezes, just like Grayton Beach did, it freezes that original plat, basically, or the original lot configuration that's there at the time of the plat. But if they were split by probate, we would honor that, you know, and allow them to have.
got a court
we
order
have-
there.
We have to do that, so they would have, but if they wanted to come in and do some sort of a development where they were, changing that configuration that the court ordered, they would need to replat.
Do we really want to be involved in all that?
Yeah.
I think that was the point I was making in more words than you did, so my apologies
So
for the
C would allow
wordiness.
them to do that replat if they needed it, but it would keep them in the neighborhood plan.
And then D was keep a 50-foot maximum height rather than the lower height, and allow the current, and removing the setbacks and going under the current code setbacks, applying those properties, and E was the combination of those two. Am I tracking correctly on those?
Yes, so E is, C and D combined. And D is, a text change that allows for height and setback exemptions, so it would be in the text for those properties.
Madam Chair,
So they would be subject to the rest of the plan,
so we
short-term rental.
stop, I mean, maybe we can stop beating a dead horse.
Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion that we pass the plan with the exclusions of the Johnson property, the Solomons property, the Tharp property, and the county property. So we redraw the boundary, everything else stays exactly as it is, and we pass it.
Which is alternative B, adding the Johnson property,
Right.
just so we're clear on what's been worded.
We have a motion for alternative B. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you'll allow me. Listen, I think this is a good plan. I think it's a really good plan. And I think it would be perfect plan if the state hadn't changed the law on us, which they seem to be doing every day to take away some of our county's rights. But, no offense, Brad, you weren't part of that. No, you were, you haven't been there on that issue. But now we got a law that we have to deal with. I think that this is just, I don't want to do away with this plan. I think it's a good plan. I think we're gonna have some issues with it, I'll be honest with you. And I think the Salomonis are gonna be very upset about it, and I don't blame them. And we get sued like every day for everybody out there. But we're talking about, up to 29 lawsuits or more, because the people that did not want to opt into this plan have stated bluntly that they're not happy. And there's sometimes we just have to do, there's never going to be everybody happy. And what we have to do with a new ordinance is sometimes we have to take part of the ordinance and add, and make some stipulations that these things have to happen. I'm telling you, I'm kind of like Commissioner Glidewell. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I think this is a great plan. I think it was well thought out. And I think there was a lot of hard work put into it. But I think it's still a great plan. if we do as Commissioner Glidewell said, and I seconded that motion, and exclude those properties on 30A. But I still think we got trouble with it, I'll be honest with you. But I will vote for that plan if it comes to a vote.
Well, Madam Chair, just to,
Yes.
I agree with Commissioner Anderson. And if I could figure out a way to exclude the Salomonis, who I have sympathy for, without gutting the plan, I would do it. But if you exempt interior lots, you might as well not even fool with it. And I think this is a good plan. I think it moves the ball, and I think it's the first time the county has ever took positive steps to limit monster houses. And I think that's an important, and we can't lose that ability. So I think we need to, I mean, this is not the perfect motion, but it's the best I can think of.
Move the previous question.
Yes.
So that is to close debate. Is there a second?
No, I got something else to say.
Well, you gotta see if there's a second first.
There, there is, Tony already made a second.
Okay, well, no, to
Oh, I'm
Brad.
sorry.
Brad moved the previous
Oh.
question, which is effectively to
I
close debate.
will withdraw my motion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right.
I'm just in a time crunch.
I got you. I'll be quick, I promise. This is tough, but this is a prime example of how we really need to look at our codes and our gone through. We have a process in place that folks did the right thing, did everything they were supposed to do. It passed the mustard. Everything was above board. And now we're at a predicament where we're going to be scared to get sued or not sued, and we've said that we don't want monster houses, and Glidewell's motion's not bad, but I think it's all or nothing. I mean, these people did 2 years worth of work on this. If we should have stopped them at year one, if we knew that this new law was going to affect this. We should have said, hey, stop right now, because it's going to be a problem and don't want to waste your time. But we didn't. We still have this process on the books. They followed the process. I'm going by that.
Thank you. The only thing that I'd like to say is I think that that's going to open up the door. I believe you said that that wouldn't be monster homes. I don't know that I agree with that. I think that will be monster homes. And I'm really against that. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 3-2, motion passes.
Can we take
And
a
I'm
vote?
sorry, let me be clear about what passed. What passed is alternative B to include the Johnson property.
Just take one.
So
Correct. You go with that, Madam Clerk, or do you need anything else on that?
we're going to take a 20-minute We are going to jump to item 10. This is the 30A Surf Club, and we're doing that because we have time constraints for one of our commissioners. So with that being said, if you would please, Mr. Carpenter, introduce us to this.
While he's coming up, this and the remaining items on the agenda are quasi-judicial items. Madam Chair, I will swear anyone wishing to speak on the remaining agenda items, including this one, should stand to be sworn at this time. That includes if you're asking questions, making comments, offering testimony, our staff, the applicant, or the representative. Please repeat after me. I do hereby swear or affirm
I do hereby swear or affirm
that the testimony I present
that the testimony I present
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff and the audience are sworn.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Madam
Carpenter.
Chairman. Matt Carpenter for the Planning Department, CARPENTER. This is agenda number 10, the 30A Surf Club. This is a request to approve by final order. It's project number MAJ24-000012. It's been reviewed by Tim Brown of our staff. It's a major development submitted by McNeill Carroll Engineering on behalf of 1000 Highway 98 East Corporation, requesting approval to change the use from restaurant to retail use, amend the approved Inn at the Gulf Master Plan, and construct a 9,824 square foot commercial use and associated infrastructure on approximately 0.75 acres. The future land use of mixed use, zoning category village mixed use. It's located in District 5 at the southwest corner of the intersection of US 98 and East County Road 30A, identified by the parcel numbers in your package. We'd like to request the staff report be entered into the record.
So entered.
And if you have no questions for us, we're happy to turn it over to the applicant.
Does anyone
Make
have
their
any questions
presentation.
for Mr. Carpenter?
Can I hold that for after I hear from the other
Of course,
side? Okay.
of course.
All right.
Okay, let's
Yes,
hear
I'll
from
have
the
some, Mac, trust me.
applicant then. Thank you. Mr. Tatum?
Good afternoon. It's good to see you guys again.
Where do we
It's
know
been
you
pretty
from?
recently. Stephen Tatum, here on behalf of the applicant, which is 1000 Highway 98 East Corp. This is the 30A Surf Club project. To begin with, this is a higher-end beach store. Now, it's owned by the same people, will be operated by the same people that own and operate the Allen's Island stores. But the intent of this, given the location, is to be a higher-end store. The design of the store, as you'll see as we go through this, is a look commensurate with 30 Avenue across the road. So that it's a good-looking building. It's already been through DRB and received approval from them. Let me introduce our team real fast. I have our engineer, Mr. Robert Carroll. He can answer any technical questions about the site plan that you may have. We also have our planning engineer, Mr. Ray Greer. Our planning consultant. Our architect, Joe Doherty, and the owner's representative, Mr. Lee Goodson. The project is on 0.75 acres as identified by Mr. Carpenter. It is a part of what at the time was called the Inn at the Gulf Master Plan. That's since become the Point. This was a parcel that was shown on that master plan and it was labeled as future restaurant parcel. At that time, there was a proposed 4,841 square foot restaurant on it. Through the years, the original developer had trouble finding any restaurant that wanted to locate at that spot, so he sold it eventually to my clients, who, of course, does not do restaurants. They sell beach merchandise. Our intent is to build a two-story retail outlet there with 9,824 square feet of retail space. Typically, this would be a minor development order because of the square footage. If Mr. Carpenter correct me, I believe the reason it ended up being a major is because of the location and the public interest in this particular project. So that gives you guys an opportunity to weigh in. Prior to, I think it was after TRC, but before Planning Commission, we did hold a community meeting. There was about 100 people in attendance. There were several things that were brought up, but the majority of the concerns were, of course, traffic and safety related, given the location. There was a suggestion that we have a right turn egress only onto 98 from our parcel. DOT actually approved that, but eventually it got shot down by county staff to be able to provide that right turn lane out of the development onto 98. So this use is an allowed use in the village mixed-use zoning district. It is also an allowed use in your favorite topic, neighborhood plans. The Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan includes a lot of information, and it says, this is in 1.6 of the neighborhood plan. Commercial uses have developed along the US Highway 98 corridor with a focus on the north side of US Highway 98 and at the intersection of US Highway 98 and County Highway 38. Future neighborhood scale commercials should be encouraged in this area, as should pedestrian and bicycle connections from the residential neighborhoods to these primary commercial zones. So our area is intended to be a primary commercial zone as indicated by the zoning maps that are included in the neighborhood plan, which specifically call us out as a mixed-use district, and village mixed use is the zone. Also in the neighborhood plan, in section 2.2.7, it goes into more detail about what's allowed and what's wanted in the village mixed-use zoning district. It says the VMU is intended to provide opportunities for small-scale business uses that serve the neighborhood and traveling public. The district is designed to allow a mixture of residential and non-residential uses with the purpose of creating a sustainable village where commercial uses are within walking or bicycling distance for surrounding residents. That's exactly what we're providing. We meet every aspect of the land development code. And this particular project is, at least in my mind, and according to the compatibility analysis that was submitted along with our application, a perfect fit for this location and complies with all aspects of land development code and comp plan. So just a few details I want to go over. The restaurant space that was going to be there would have created, based on traffic counts, a 44 p.m. peak hour trips. Our retail store, although larger in size, only produces 40 p.m. peak hour trips. On top of that, a restaurant, especially in peak season, is going to be a destination. It's going to be a traffic driver. It's going to bring people to that spot. Our retail store is going to be a pass-by trip creator, we'll call it. It's going to be people who are on their way to the beach or on their way in from, coming in on vacation, who stop there to pick up the necessities they might need for the beach. It's not intended, or it's not really a destination that someone is going to set out for and drive to, and then a trip right back to their condo unit. Also, because of the, I don't know if we call it an underpass, the tunnel, there's good pedestrian connectivity between the two sides of Highway 98 from 30th Avenue to our site if people want to traverse back and forth in between without having to worry about crossing Highway 98. Parking's another issue that has been mentioned, but we're only required to provide 29 spaces by the code. We're actually providing 33 spaces. The restaurant, when it was approved, required 33 spaces as well. That's why we have the 33 spaces, obviously, but we are exceeding the number of parking spaces that are required. Finally, there was concern by the public at the community meeting about the look of the building, saying that it doesn't fit in. We have renderings that are in your package. This design has already been approved by the DRB. It is modeled after 30th Avenue. And if you have questions about that, we can bring up Mr. Doherty to discuss that. And I do have boards that we can show you if you've not seen the pictures or the renderings. So in the interest of time, I'm going to leave it at that and let the public speak. But I do want to point out again, this is an allowed use. We have no outstanding comments. We meet every aspect of the land development code and the comp plan. In my opinion, this needs to be adopted or approved.
thank you. I believe this was denied by the planning commission?
That's correct.
5-2?
Planning Commission denied it based on traffic concerns. And as I brought up on Tuesday, the mobility fee adoption kind of negates the ability to deny a project based on traffic.
Was that their only concern?
No, there were other concerns. Most of their concerns centered around what could be civil litigation issues if they wanted to get into it with their original developer of the point, because of them thinking that perhaps he made some incorrect dealings with my client in order to be able to sell us the property. It's absolutely not true. He was in control of the association at the time that this was done. So the deed for us is good, it's valid. There was no fraud committed. It would have been, if they had sold it to a restaurant and the restaurant owner decided to sell it to someone else, that wouldn't have been fraud either.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I just got a couple for Mac, if he doesn't mind.
Let's, go ahead. Thank-
Well, if
thank
nobody
you.
else has
Thank
anything
you.
for me, I'll
Thank
say
you.
that. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and ask your
Sure.
question to
All
Matt.
right. Afternoon, Mr. Mack.
Good afternoon.
With this area right here, I have some concerns. One being the condominium, is that the one that's got structurally,
Yes, sir.
issues
The point?
in
Yes,
this
sir.
same area?
The point, is that the
point.
point?
So has that been resolved yet?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there anybody living in there?
I mean, I
Wait.
can't speak
Oh,
to
that's
that
all
at
right.
all, because that's not a planning issue.
Well, I just didn't know if you knew. That's all.
So I'm not sure where they are within that, other than I'm aware that they vacated the building. I'm not sure if they've been able to reoccupy or not.
And we don't know if that's construction, infrastructure
We've
issues
got
or
somebody in
land.
the audience that said they can answer that. We'll get
Okay.
them up
Yeah,
in a
I think
minute.
that's
Okay,
building
okay.
structural, not infrastructure.
Okay.
Um,
With
But
the,
they may be able to speak to that more directly.
okay, thank you. With the traffic, I can't find it, forgive me. I was looking through here. With the traffic studies and all that, when were those performed? Recently, or were they the 2013? Is that what we're looking?
No, I think this traffic analysis was done this past year.
Okay, good. Because
During
I think I went to the meeting before I was even running, and they were using a 2013 traffic study. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't. So we do have a current one on that. All right, that's all I got right now, Mac.
Okay.
I'll wait for whoever can answer me on those other
Happy to answer any
questions.
What I'd like to do first is, yes, if you don't mind coming up to respond to that about the point, yes, sir. But I want you to keep it under 3 minutes because we're trying to get through this really quickly, okay? So if you could just come and speak to that.
Madam Chair, I don't want to waste his time on my question. Can he
No,
get
we'll go ahead.
additional time?
You can come on up.
Okay.
Just the point, just tell us the bare bone facts on the
Can I s-
point.
Just on my question.
Okay, because I want to speak a little bit longer. I'm here representing 50 people, 50 unit owners, and in lieu of them each coming up and speak, I offered if I could speak a little, I have a script that's 8 minutes.
That's
and I can-
great. That's great. If you're speaking for everybody that's
Yes.
out there, except for the ones that are for it.
I don't think you're going to have any of that.
Let me ask a question. How many in the audience are for this
The
project?
Condominium Association, sorry.
Pardon me?
I'm here for the Condominium Association,
Oh, okay.
which there's 50 there, and we're against it.
Okay. How many in the audience are for this project? Okay. Okay, well, I was just going to let the citizens talk if there was any that wanted to talk. But if you're talking for a condominium association, is that?
Madam
okay
Chair?
for an 8 minutes?
It's up to you to give them how much
Okay.
time you want. They are entitled.
My script is
Madam
8
Chair.
minutes.
Yes.
I can try, go
Could,
faster.
could everybody that's in the condo association raise their hands? Because you will not get to speak at all after he speaks.
Okay, what I want to do is I want to keep all the talking to a total of 15 minutes. So if you take 8 minutes, then you're taking time away from the others. So let's see.
My colleague she owns a unit at the condo, but she also owns property in Walton County. She's a resident of Walton County. Can she speak on behalf of her being a resident and not a condo association?
So the way the group rules work is if you're here speaking on behalf of a group and you've been designated to speak on behalf of a group and have the permission to do so, all members of the group are surrendering or yielding their time to you effectively. And so the fact that there's no one else here from the group except for her kind of would seem to defeat the purpose. Why don't we do this? Why don't we give him 5 to start, see how it goes? And then we see whether he needs additional time beyond that, and maybe she doesn't speak and yields additional time to him. Why don't we start at 5 minutes?
Let's start that clock.
Well, since he's answering part of my question, I don't want to
It
take
won't
time
start, no,
away.
it won't start until he answers your question, then
Okay,
you get
all
5 from there, so.
The question is the status.
I have a question for Mr. Atkinson. I know we've been rather lax with the rule, but I didn't think we could limit by minutes testimony in a quasi judicial.
You absolutely can if it is not testimony called by one of the two parties. This is public comment. This is not direct
Tell me
test.
that when I was chairman.
Or when I was chairman.
Well, we have asked several times to consider it, but I would say this, that we have tried to be judicious about letting the public talk. But typically, if somebody is an adversely affected party, they have to have party status.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with it, I'm just saying. I don't
Yeah,
know.
our code is silent on that all the way, but we typically can.
I would
And
have
this
taken
is,
2 years off of my,
Why?
Our purpose is we're trying to get through this for the behalf of, on
I'll try
behalf
not
of
to
one
change
of our
my mind
commissioners.
again.
So, okay, are we
You
ready?
just came off my Christmas party.
They're in there.
did you hadn't asked a question yet.
Okay, well,
He hasn't answered it correct.
he's not ready. Is there anyone else, while he's trying to get ready, is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak?
They're in the book, That's where they are. Yes.
Are you ready or
I am
you're not?
ready.
You are ready. Okay, let's go.
Madam Chair, before you get started, I was back there in the back on the phone with the airline company. But and I was listening to the meeting, and you had asked, were there any here to speak in favor of the project?
None.
Were there any? None?
None.
Okay.
Status of the complex?
Yes, sir.
To your point, yes, the original construction happened back in 2015 and 16. It was improperly built. I'm going to reduce a 3-hour story to trying to 4 or 5 minutes.
Please.
And part of it, the front of one building has been repaired. The rest of the building, which includes 2 buildings completely, front and back, with the back being the balconies, the front being the walkways. 2 buildings need to be completely rebuilt, and 1 building needs all the balconies rebuilt. So we're in the process of putting up temporary wooden shoring in place pursuant to the Walton County Permit Department, building permit. And that is expected to be complete by the end of March, which will allow residents and guests to re-inhabit the complex.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had a major concern with the safety in that area, so, all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, you want to start on the other topic?
Okay, my name is Jeff Dahlberg, D-A-H-L-B-E-R-G. As I said, I'm here representing the Homeowners Association of the condominium complex. If you look to the first page of the 11-page handout that you should have, it's a map of the intersection similar to what they showed. And as I'm sure you all are very well aware, maybe the busiest intersection in Walton County, 9830A intersection. They recently just put an underground tunnel in there for pedestrians. It helped maybe limit it. I mean, it is the most congested intersection around. The proposal is immediately adjacent to the ingress and egress to our condo complex, as well as straight across from Shade's entrance and exit. It's a very, very definitely congested area. Adding a t-shirt shop into the mix will not help it at all, especially one that, to their point, is going to be people going in and out, in and out, in and out constantly on their way to the beach. There are no plans by Walton County or the state to do any upgrades to that intersection. Or do y'all have the handouts?
Yeah, I don't have one. Did I miss something?
Is it this one?
It's
Yeah,
in your
that's-
stuff.
I see it. It was laid down here a while ago. Let me make sure I didn't get yours in mine.
I don't see it.
No, I don't see it.
Let me see if I got actual one.
Oh, I'm sorry, is this
And
it?
I've got-
Is this
here's-
it? Is this
Yes,
it right
that's
here?
it, that's it.
Okay, I
That's
got
it.
Yep.
My apologies.
Low tech, I apologize, low tech. There are no plans by Walton County or the state to do any further upgrades to that intersection. The proposed shop would require the use of the entrance of our condominium association land off of 30A. And again, it would be immediately across from the Shades, single entrance and exit there. It would put pedestrian, bicycle, vehicular traffic at danger. It would be a very, very significant increase in risk to safety. And if you look at page 2 of the agreement, that is the first page of an easement that was executed back in 2017, which was done between the developer and the owner. And you can see that it plainly represents that it's a restaurant parcel. This document was given to every prospective purchaser of condos, which started in 2021, condo sales, was given to every prospective purchaser of condos saying, look, a future restaurant parcel is going in. It's going to be a nice, quaint, 4,000 square foot restaurant, maybe a coffee shop. It's going to be a big upgrade to the area. Never any mention about any other type of usage. And that's why the easement would have been acceptable to us future owners of condos in that area. Had we known the potential existed for a t-shirt shop, I wouldn't have bought, I can tell you that, and the price for those condos would have been severely reduced. Page 3 is the plat that was part of the original master development plan. And I know it's small print, but if you look, it plainly shows that it's a restaurant parcel. And there was a subsequent amendment, which is the next page, page 4, shows a 2024 amendment, which still plainly lists restaurant parcel. They had the chance to change that designation when they bought the property and ordered this amendment to be done. They had the chance to change it at that time, and they didn't change it. And that was a very insider arrangement on that amendment. The amendment was done, if you look at the next 2 pages, you can see that the executors of that amendment, one of which is the signer on one party's behalf, and he's the witness on the next party's behalf. So it was a completely inside job by the developer as part of selling the property to the Alvin's Island guys. And there was no board meeting held, there were no minutes taken, there was no vote taken. It was an agreement, an amendment done behind the scenes, strictly as a way to get it done for their sale to these guys back a year ago, a little over a year ago. And based upon our opinion that these easements are invalid because it's not going to be a restaurant parcel, there is in fact potentially no easement at all to be allowed for the current proposed project.
Madam Chair, could I ask him a question?
And also stop his time.
Stop his time. So, let me make sure I understand that, coming off of 30A, that driveway that goes by this parcel, that belongs to the homeowners association,
Yes.
correct? So what your testimony is that potentially, that's the one that they're entitled to use by this document. So your testimony is that there is a possibility they might not be entitled to that use.
Exactly.
Because if they don't build a restaurant.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, again, just not taking your time, okay? Anytime we ask you a question, they'll stop. Explain to me again, you said something about a backroom deal. Explain that to me again, okay, if you don't mind.
My time's not going to count.
No,
here,
no,
right?
no,
we've
no,
stopped your
I'm
time.
asking
We've
you a
stopped it.
question, so
Okay.
your
We
time
asked you.
stops.
The amendment, God, it's really complicated. Okay, see this, can I point to the
Yeah, I'm looking
map?
at it.
So part of the sale between Atticus and 1000 Highway 98 included this restaurant parcel. It also included See the triangle up there? It's got a little pathway going through it? On the northwest corner that's mapped, it's on the wall right now. That was part of the sale as well. It's a small tract, it's wooded, it's a conservatory area that probably can never be developed. I'm assuming when they bought the property, which again included the restaurant parcel and that back triangle, they said, hold on, we're buying this lot back here, we want to make sure we have access. So with that, if we don't have access to that land, we may not want to buy that property, take it out of the deal. And Attica said, hold on, we can make that work. And they did an amendment to that easement on the same day that they closed the sale of the property. And it was for parking spots that, quite frankly, don't really matter to this argument. Our association, unbeknownst to us, gave them 3 parking spots that access that triangle in return for kind of 3 parking spots that are closer to actually where the restaurant parcel is supposed to be. But
Go ahead,
my main
gotta
point,
follow up, Ms. Johns.
my main point is on page 5. If you look at the condominium association is executed by Michael Guerrero. And if you look at the next page, which is part of the same agreement, which is the owner at the time, Atticus, look at the witness, Michael Guerrero. So it was literally done behind the closed doors without a formal board meeting, without our condo association even being informed until after the fact that this had happened.
Could I follow up with that?
Yes.
So, Michael
Guerrero?
Guerrero was the one buying the property.
Negative, he's part of the selling property.
Okay, he's selling the property. And before he could sell it, he had to get permission from your board because y'all had an access.
For the easement.
Before he could sell,
Mhm.
he didn't have to do anything with us per se. I think as part of his arrangement to sell to the Alvin's Island guys, I believe, and it makes sense, that they wanted an amended easement that would give them guaranteed access to that back triangle should they ever need it. And so they did this amendment to do that, to appease the new purchaser. And my point is 2 points. They had a chance at that time to change the restaurant parcel and call it, because they knew what they were gonna do with it, and they didn't change it.
What,
And they also, it's obvious it's a backroom deal because one guy's the executor on one party's behalf and he's a witness on the other one.
but did they need y'all's permission to sign this agreement?
What they needed pursuant to our condominium association declaration and bylaws, what they needed to do was make notice of a board meeting, have a board meeting, and record the votes that reference that it was voted on and approved. That didn't happen.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
That was required by
You
your
still
board.
have
It's
your
required
time.
by our COA regulations, bylaws and declarations.
Did you have anything else to say?
I did, actually, real quick. Very important is, yes, the planning commission recommended denial 5-2. Safety was a big consideration of all the traffic and people that go through here. And perhaps my last, well, not my, if you look at the last 2 pages, I'm a little concerned and don't really understand exactly how notice provisions work with the county. But if you look at the notice, the sign notice out here, it calls it the 30A Surf Club. If you look at the notice sent out by McNeill Carroll, they call it the 30A Surf Shop, which are inconsistent with each other, and that would seem to be at least a technicality, if not a real violation of the notice provision to me.
Thank you. Thank you
And I
very
think
much. I
that's it.
appreciate that.
Thank you for letting me interrupt you, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, sure. Thank you for your-
before we go any further, because there ain't no point in going any further.
We can ask Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Tatum if there's a reason there was a difference in the name, but I don't believe the name of the project, unless it completely misrepresents the nature of the project is at all in violation of that. I don't believe the name of the project is particularly critical as long as it addresses the project number and when it's gonna be heard. The point's to notice the public when we're gonna hear it. Is there any requirement you know of, Mr. Carpenter, that
The
requires?
difference in word, one word and then this particular name, I don't think misleads the public about when the hearing is and what it's about.
But in terms of the name, there's not a strict requirement of the name, or more importantly, a description of the
We have
project.
to have the project number and we have to have the parcel ID.
That's it, those
so
are there.
people know where that is.
That's all I wanted to cover.
Before we went any further.
That's all I wanted to cover, is that's what we're actually after.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Yes.
Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry, when we got here, it was the morning. My
Please
name
state
is
your-
Amanda Hample. I'm general counsel for Rosemary Beach Holdings, the founder entity for the Rosemary Beach community. We also, we own about 8 properties in the Rosemary Beach community, but we also own an adjacent parcel to this proposed development. So our property is at the end of Winston Lane, where it, runs into Highway 98. So technically, it's abutting the triangle parcel that I understand is for conservation and whatnot. So I have a bunch of notes, and I want to make sure I say everything I want to say, but I feel that it is incumbent upon y'all, the Walton County BCC, to get this project right. I consider this area the gateway to Walton County. You're coming over from Bay County, and that intersection is a lot of traffic, a lot of people, and it is literally the gateway to 30A. So someone else mentioned that it's arguably one of the most significant intersections in Walton County because there's so much traffic and congestion and things like that. And I know a lot of people are gonna come up and speak about how the building's not the right fit, or, for the neighborhood, or there's, 5 other similar surf shops less than a mile away, and the aesthetics and all that kind of stuff, but, and the traffic issues for sure. So my comments are gonna be kind of directed to the traffic issues by virtue of us having a parcel that's right there, off of Winston Lane. So I'm not sure if y'all are familiar, but at the end of Winston Lane, there's a right-of-way that goes across our parcel and then the Rosemary Beach Property Owners Association. And so there is no county requirement or whatever for it to be maintained or repaired by anybody except us. Rosemary Beach Holdings is the owner of the one parcel, and then the Rosemary Beach Property Owners Association on the other. That road is, as you turn off of Highway 98, there is a curb cut, but I'm not sure if FDOT maintains that ongoing because it looks really sad and in bad repair. The stormwater is running off, all that kind of stuff. There's also the Costa Carina properties, homes that are adjacent to us as well. That was actually, the last 4 homes were developed by the same individual, Mark Humphreys, that developed the entire Point complex, when it was the Inn at the Gulf, that master plan or whatever. So my point in saying all of that is that there were a lot of things that have gone wrong with those projects, the Point going forward, that I don't want to see more massive development happening right there on that corner, because again, the traffic is horrible. But most importantly, we already see tons of folks leaving the Point complex, the parking lot, turning right on 30A, and then turning right on Winston Lane because they cannot get out at the intersection right there at the corner of 30A and 98. So that is how I wanted to wrap up my point. Thanks.
And there's no light on that corner of 30A and 98 on that end, is there?
Yeah,
There is.
Where?
You just can't see it, the 30A and 98.
I believe there is,
There
yes.
is, okay, okay. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Pascarella. I'm a resident of Pinecrest neighborhood that is on 30A, directly across from the Point. I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association, and the board has asked me to come and speak on behalf of the board as well. So I'm speaking on that as well as president as well as a homeowner. We are unanimous in our opposition to the proposed land use change in use, this commercial use at this location. And I'd like to specifically target 2 to 3 reasons. As you've heard, a lot of the traffic is a major consideration and a concern. One of the things I would ask you to consider, they mention PM peak hour trips, which, they're below the restaurant. That doesn't surprise me because a restaurant focuses its traffic during dinner time and lunchtime. I would ask you to focus on what their average daily volume is, because a t-shirt shop is a consistent traffic generator from the time it opens until the time it closes. And they often stay open till late in the evening, and they open early in the morning. So, the reason I think that's critical and that's something that should be considered in this decision is because of the traffic volume that sits and doesn't really move, but during summer, spring break, summer and fall break, traffic sits on that portion of 30A in both directions. It sits trying to get out onto 98 and backs up, and I know this because oftentimes we can't get out of our entrance to Pinecrest because of the traffic that's backed up all the way into Rosemary, trying to get onto 98. But ironically, because of the traffic signal in Rosemary, it backs all the way out to the intersection at 98. And this happens routinely every day. It doesn't matter, but obviously during peak hours of the year. This will absolutely exacerbate that situation. And what we'll find is cars making a right turn because they can't make a left, coming down 30A and then trying to make U-turns in our front entrance or other people's driveways. So I would encourage you to look at the total volume and to see if in fact, that is significantly above what was approved for the prior use. One other consideration, although we're firmly opposed to this, if you ultimately did move toward approving it, I would approve it at the same square footage that was previously approved as a restaurant. Don't let them go to nearly 10,000 square feet. Of the 123-page staff report, 56 pages were devoted to letters and emails in opposition from your constituents. I sent each of you an email personally. I apologize, I didn't send it to the planning staff, so it wasn't included in the report. I don't know if others were the same, but anyway, I'm running out of time, so I'll just close by saying that although they say that they're trying to replicate or imitate the 38 shops architecture, it doesn't even come close. It's very contrived, very gaudy. The proportions are wrong, the materials are wrong, the architecture is wrong, and it certainly doesn't pay respect to the fantastic vision and architectural integrity of 30A with all of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll have. Go ahead and come on up. And please keep it no more than 3 minutes. Okay, okay.
Can you do the map? Can you all see the TV?
Yes.
We can?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
one
Yes.
right here.
Know that part. So
And state your name, please.
Miranda Graham from Historic Inlet Beach Neighborhood Association. The map one. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you zoom it in? So to his point and what we're all talking about, all the red down at the bottom is all the private beaches. So it sends all the bicyclists and golf carts down to Little Winston Lane, which is right there at the point. And the traffic is the prior person had said, backs up the purple line. It goes all the way in when we pull out of Winston, all the way from the tip of that purple line, and then it also backs up way out onto the highway, which is super dangerous at that intersection. The X is where the proposed development is going, and the U is where the underpass is going. And the two little red lines are kind of the egress and the ingress. And can you go to any of the other videos or pictures, and you could just, and this is not, the traffic study, I know it resulted as the same exact numbers as it had in 2013, which I think is crazy bizarre. This is nighttime on Winston Lane right there. Can you all see those, that traffic?
Yep.
And then he can flip through, and that goes on at all hours. This is daytime. And I know the traffic report doesn't take that into account. And then the proportionate fair share, the $67,304, none of that I'm aware of goes to help any of this. And I think this is a matter of safety and life itself. It's just a very difficult place. I mean, look at these crowds.
Can I
Yes.
ask
So that's A.
Ma'am,
One minute.
stop her clock. You just said proportionate fair share.
No.
Is that the
No,
wrong
she-
term?
Mobility fee.
The mobility
I just want to make
fee.
sure this is under the mobility.
It does
fee.
say proportionate fair share in the document, though.
Yeah,
It
it
does
did.
say that, Mr. Carpenter, but
Well, we're
I
not
don't know if
supposed-
it's old.
not supposed to be doing that no more.
It speaks to that because this development was originally approved under that particular program, and
So are we under
but
that?
we're gonna
those
be moving to a
rules?
mobility fee when building permits come in for this development.
But is the discussion today under proportional fair share rules on the mobility? I just want to make sure, because of Mr. Tatum's previous discussion.
Okay, on the clock again. The other thing's a little more sensitive, but there's a somewhat of an integrity issue, because I know they've built before and they've minded the codes and the color codes and the light brightness and everything else. And then I think of at least one of them, the one in Miramar, and they can answer this when I'm done, but I have heard that they then went back and changed, once they opened, the color and the lighting and the signage and so forth, and they can address that, because I don't have any pictures or any proof of that, but it is
I can say
concerning.
that that is correct.
And
I mean, the colors are not what
different.
we expected.
Yes, and not what was approved. The other thing is, at the very beginning of these conversations and several times since, the owner's rep and that group had said they can't make this business model work in its original intentive size, that it wouldn't make any business sense for them. So for me, unlike the meeting you had earlier today, this is kind of a no-brainer. Just don't amend the size, and then we won't get that much volume of traffic and so forth in there. And then the final thing I had was, again, kind of making it easy. The Planning Commission spoke and your constituents spoke, and I don't have any way of knowing how many emails you got for the unit versus all against it, but I know it's a matter of public record, and I know that you all are responsive to your constituents. So I did it in under 3 minutes.
Thank
It's a
you.
record for me.
Thank you very much.
I don't know about the rest of them's office, but I got 0 in favor and probably 250, 300.
Ditto. Okay.
And no one in our Historic Inlet Beach Neighborhood Association has been for it. I don't know the numbers on that, but it's maybe 100. So,
Thank you. I can't, yes, sir.
Where can I see a copy of the building characteristics?
He's got one. He'll put it up.
But it's not this, right?
No.
That's-
Well, I don't
that's
know.
another
I don't know.
Allen's
My name is Rich Jaffe, Jaffe. I live in Inlet Beach. We've owned property there for 50-some years. I'm going to start off with just a couple of reflections on things that were already said here. And Ms. Johns, you're number one on the list here. You said in this previous hearing, the board is committed to preserving the feel of our area, and one of your jobs is to preserve the safety of the community. I would submit to you that this does neither of those things. The safety at that intersection is a huge issue. It has been, it is getting worse every year that goes by. My wife and I used the tunnel, which is great, on our bikes just yesterday, and damn near got killed by a guy pushing the right turn lane against the crosswalk, which was in our favor. It happens all the time. It was the second time in one short bike ride on around 38 that happened to us yesterday. There is no plan for access and egress on this thing that makes any sense at all. It dumps onto 30A, which is gridlocked. If they have a traffic study that you're considering, look at the time frame of it, because I'll guarantee you that it did not take place during the peak hours, during the peak season. It is an entirely different animal there. And there is a crosswalk coming right across from 30 Avenue that goes right into this area as well. Not everyone uses the underpass. And it is tremendously dangerous, but we do it all the time. And it gets only worse as the season increases. And especially with a lot of teenagers on bicycles who do not pay attention to such things, you're going to see issues. Mr. Drake, you said that in that previous hearing that some of those folks knew the rules when they bought the property. So did these guys. They knew the rules, they knew what they were buying, and then they decided, as often happens, unfortunately, in this area, people bought something and decided, well, we can't quite make that work the way we want to make it work, so we'll just amend that, we'll change it. If this was a 4,000 square foot restaurant, nobody would be here in protest. your desks would not have been papered with all of those emails against this project. It's wrong. It doesn't fit. They can put all the lipstick they want on the pig. It's still Alvin's Island, and it doesn't fit in that area. Mr. Drake, you also said that some people, or everyone, should have the right to pursue happiness. I would submit to you, this isn't anything at all about happiness. This is about greed. That's all it is. These folks want to build on a 4,000 square foot place and get appropriate parking and get appropriate access and egress. It's a whole different ballgame, but that's not it. They have said consistently they can't do it. Well, if you can't do it, then it's the wrong place for you to build what you want to build. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She's in the association.
You're in with the group. Let's let this gentleman here talk real quick.
Thank you for letting me speak. As you, Commissioner Johns, talked earlier on the other projects about the congestion on 30A, from one end to the other end. For the last 14 years, I've been using this intersection just about every day. I pull out on 98, I go up to the intersection, I try to turn left. Sometimes my car is in the active highway because I can't turn.
Did you state your name? I'm sorry, did you state?
My name's Royce, last name's Smith.
Thank you.
And like I said, I've been living in Rosemary for the last 14 years. But this is just so dangerous and it's so scary. If your car is left out in the active lane, you're trying to turn, the red light changes, you're caught in the middle. So this, you know, adding more traffic to this, I just think will cause more deaths in the long run. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you want to talk about traffic, we don't need, if it's something totally different, 100% different, and you keep it under 3 minutes.
My name is Lindsay Bastion, B-A-S-T-I-O-N, and I'm skipping my son's JV Seahawk baseball game to be here. That's why I really wanted to get up and speak. They're a very good team. I'm speaking about, you know, I'm involved with the point, but I'm also an owner at Gulf Place where they put a 30A surf shop, and I actually had gone by to take pictures, and I'd asked Jeff to speak for us because I've been very busy and didn't have time to really address this, but I went to go take pictures of the surf shop to prove the big decals that they're putting, you know, they're supposed to be this classy surf shop, but they got the huge red decals, 20% off, not what you're expecting from a upscale business. So I drive by there, and it's no longer a surf shop. Now it's a mini mart. So if they couldn't survive one season there, and they're already changing use, how are we to know this is not gonna go belly up and we're stuck with this empty building that caused all this ruckus? So I think that's a very important point to consider. Also, just as a side note, I was driving by to check on the progress of our shoring at the point, and I got this situation where, you know, you go to turn, you see bikers come, and you're like, do I go, do they go? So I'm like, no, go ahead. And the lady's like, no, wave me on. So I go, and this lady just falls off her bike right there. And it's not really relevant, but it felt like a sign to me, like I need to go speak because I would not be able to live with myself if I didn't speak to you guys about the opposition of the safety. I know I'm not supposed to say safety, but I don't want that on my conscience. Another thing, I've been trying to learn the code that you guys have to follow, and there's something in code about vegetation setbacks of 10 feet, and I believe that this is not the correct setback, and that it is going to, what is the word? It's going to maybe infringe, maybe closer to the 10 foot of the approved vegetation preservation that is required. So I think that's something that really needs to be known prior to any consideration of approval. I listened to the last meeting that you guys had, and I was like, man, y'all have a tough job because I didn't know which side I was on. I have no dog in the race, but I really was like, well, I see their point. I see their point. I went back and forth. That was a tough one. This is not tough. You go on Facebook, there's not one person in favor of this. You type in anything in regards to it. You have over 700 letters, according to the records that Mr. Dahlberg found, against this. The Planning Commission told you not to do this. This is easy for you guys. Like this, to me, this doesn't even a burden because everything is lining up to say no. I couldn't see how you would say yes. Mr. Anderson, you did speak, I think, at the last thing about property rights. If anything, you know, that meaning was property rights go both ways. No one's going to say that's good for our property. No one's going to say that for the owners of the point.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
Stop her time, please.
Thank you.
A quasi-judicial hearing is different than a land use change.
Okay.
Or land hearing.
Legislative.
Legislative. And the guidelines we have to go by are different. we have to follow the law.
Understood.
And I'm not saying this all does or doesn't, but what you can say in a legislative item is different than what you can say. All we can consider here is where it does not affect, where it differs from our land development code or our, help me out here, Clay, I'm
Comp
having.
plan.
Yeah.
So the question before us is the application supported by competent substantial evidence that this is in compliance with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan? If it is, the board is required to approve it. If it is not supported by competent substantial evidence, the board must deny it.
Right.
Competent substantial evidence obviously relates to the provisions of the Land Development Code that the board writes. So unfortunately, and you may have heard this as we talked about it in one of the last ones, sometimes we have projects that come before us where the board may feel like we need to change, we don't want this in the future, we need to change the allowable categories in the land use category. Those can happen, but we can't do it midstream. We have to decide on the matters as they present in front of us. So unfortunately, please do know, whatever way the board decides, they are following the law. It's not merely whether 100 people like it or 100 people dislike it. So I think
may
that's
ask
what
a
he's trying to get at.
So public feeling, sentiment does not apply?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does apply, because also in our comp plan and our LDC is the safety and well-being of our citizens.
Okay, great.
So that's a big part of it as well.
You're correct, but to her point, I don't want her to be confused. The public just saying we don't like it is not the same thing as the public expressing a legitimate health, safety, or
Right.
welfare
Understood,
concern.
understood.
And
I
that's,
feel like both has been established.
and that's why we handle legislative items different. We have a lot more leeway.
This is my first time here, so I'm learning
Okay.
a lot. So
I'm
apologize
not
if I went-
criticizing you, I was explaining, you said you
No, I
made a
understand, I'm
comment.
not, I appreciate
Yeah,
that, because I don't want to sound.
and I'm,
And I would look, at the planning committee, I was a mess, because I was so, like, over my head on this, and that's why I asked Mr. Dahlberg to.
well, you've
to
done a
kinda take
good
lead.
job, let me tell you
Oh,
that.
thank you. It's very, I mean, you can tell I'm passionate about it.
And you still have time.
I wouldn't miss my son's game to not, do this on behalf of my husband. He's like, are you getting paid for this? No, I'm not, but I'm doing it because I really believe in it. I see behind you pride. Does this project bring pride? I know this is not maybe a litigious thing, but does it bring pride to our community? Are we preserving our community? Not my community, and that's not what's on my development. And are we conserving our community? Not if we're getting into the vegetation and not going by what the code says, which I'm not sure what it exactly says. It's very hard to. So I'm just gonna, that was basically all I had to say, I think. I hope I didn't forget anything. I hope that you can see my passion, that I appreciate you guys hearing me out and giving me the time. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's let this gentleman over here speak. And Ms. Harris, we'll get you next, and I think that'll be it.
Thank you all for letting me speak. My name's David Albert. I live in Inlet Beach, just on the north side of 98 and Water Sound Origins. My points are a little more high level. There's been opinions expressed about private property rights, and I'm a big believer in private property rights, but at the end of the day, you're not going to develop in a way that's unsafe for the community. The ingress and egress that's proposed for this project is wholly unworkable. And the fact that they're doubling the size of what was originally approved there is unacceptable from, I think, a legal standpoint, although I'm not an attorney. But I don't know how you can double the size of a structure and have the significant traffic impact that this is going to put on that intersection. Just like you can't, if we have freedom of speech, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are balances in our society, and this is out of balance with what the community is about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ms. Harris?
Sir, we need to get you a better shirt. Roll Tide.
I live on Scenic Gulf Drive. I'm not against development. I'm for development, smart development, and good development. When Alvin's Island was told to us they were coming to Scenic Gulf Drive, I didn't have any problem with that whatsoever. But if you go down there and look at it today, it's a junk shop. It's got crap all outside, noodles, rafts, all kind of stuff, neon lights, stickers everywhere. This building's too big for where it's going, but you really better watch them, and you better have a really good set of documents that say you can't have stickers as big as this stuck all in your windows. You can't have signs stuck all outside. There can't be rafts outside bigger than I am with big heads on them of things. They can't have any of that. They can't come back and put neon signs in, and they can't paint the building every color in the neighborhood. Now, when the Hampton Inn was wanting to be built across the street from me at Edgewater, I am the only president of a board on all of Scenic Gulf Drive who supported the Hampton Garden Inn being built because it was a nice building and they did what they said they would do. They withheld every bit of their water. They kept a beach access for their tourists so they weren't jumping our fence or Grand Dunes fence to come, and it ended up being a really nice thing. I never fought Alvin's Island, but if I had it to do again today, I would fight it, and these people are doing the right thing, and I understand. I am from the South End, and I don't live down there, but the South End is woken up, and we are going to start fighting for the North End and the East End and every development between here and there.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close out unless there's somebody out there that just got to say something. Anybody else that's just got to say something? Seeing none. Okay. Commissioners. Oh, are you going to show us or is this is it?
I will. I'll
This
answer
is
Mr.
it.
Drake's concerns first. He grabbed up. I'm going to come up here. I'll try to speak loud. That's the design of the project.
Yeah, we've got it right here.
Yeah, we got
it.
Yeah.
Yes. It's different. That's
it
different
different?
from that. Yeah, you got the Spanish style, right there on the right there.
Oh, in the
Here
middle,
you got
yeah. Well, both
you
of
don't
those
have
are
the
different.
Spanish style.
Oh, that's the side. Is that the side on the right?
This is the
That,
picture I'm
yeah,
seeing
but then
of
you
the
got,
screen.
okay.
Okay,
now.
there it is. Okay.
So that's the proposed look of the building. That's already been approved by the DRB. That's the look of the proposed building. It's already been approved by the DRB. The colors have been approved by the DRB. We know that the DRB is very attention-oriented to these projects and are very specific about what they want to see. We got a 4-0 vote at DRB on this project. So this idea that this is an ugly building is, I just think, nonsense. It's just a red herring trying to throw y'all off. At the end of the day, you can't deny a project anyway based on the aesthetic look of the building unless it was the DRB had denied it. A couple other things I need to touch on. As far as the easement goes, the easement that's in question is a valid easement that was entered into the correct way. If there are concerns from the condominium association, they need to take that up as a civil matter. That's nothing to do with the approval of our project. The insinuations about it being backdoor dealing because one person signed the document and then witnessed the next person's signature, that's perfectly legal, valid. If they're in the same place when they do it, that's not a problem. We dealt with the notice violation thing, I believe. Mr. Dahlberg also mentioned that the declaration of condominium for the point says something had to happen in order for that easement to be granted. There's no declaration of condominium here before us. I don't know what it says. I've not looked at what his declaration of condominium says. I don't know what even actually happened when this easement was granted, like specifically. But what I do know is that has nothing to do with whether or not this project should be approved. Because this county adopted a land development code. This county adopted the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan. Both of those items allow our project in this location. In fact, the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan goes so far as to say these type of uses should be located in that spot. There's no requirement anywhere that a restaurant be built there. There's nothing that stops us from requesting that a master plan be altered to fit the current conditions that are now in demand by the market. The size of our building, yes, it is larger. It's larger. The restaurant would have been larger if they had been able to provide the appropriate parking, but they couldn't. They were stuck at that square footage because they only had 33 parking spaces they could use. That's the reason we are able to, in my opinion, go with a larger building. The footprints are basically the same size, but we're able to go to the 9,000 square feet because we have additional parking and a less intense use. Now, let's not get that messed up. This is a less intense use than a restaurant. It has less traffic demand. And speaking of traffic, I need to clarify something else too. There was a statement made by one of the public speakers that you need to look at when the traffic study was done. So the traffic study that we're talking about is a traffic study that talks about how many trips our project creates. The 2013 traffic analysis that was brought up at one point was used because that was the traffic analysis that was used when the restaurant was what was supposed to go on this site. We used the current traffic formulas for today's project. It does not look at, although we know that that section of 30A and 98 are both deficient. We know that. However, you can't deny a project, you can't deny development based on that. And that's always been the case, even with prop share. You cannot deny a project just because there's not adequate capacity on the roadway. There was also a comment by Mr. Jaffe about knew the rules before we bought it. This is not a situation where we're up here asking you to change our land use and zoning category. We're not asking for a rezoning here. We're simply asking you to approve a project that's allowed in this zoning district. It's not like we're amending a PUD, like when I was before you on Tuesday. This is different. This is simply, on that master plan, it was labeled as future restaurant site or proposed restaurant site, something along those lines. That doesn't mean that a restaurant's ever going to get built there. If that was told to the condominium purchasers when they bought it that, hey, you're going to have a restaurant right there, and that was part of their prospectus, I mean, that may be an issue they need to take up with the developer, but that has nothing to do with our project. The code allows us to build this product here. As far as concerns that were raised about stickers or things in the windows, there's no intention of doing that. We do intend to be a higher end product. The one thing I would like to point out is, let me show you a couple pictures. Okay, this is from the intersection looking back towards our property. You know, there's our notice sign right there. See all that wooded area? That's staying. We have to leave it. It's preservation area. You can't even see. You can barely see the 4-story building back there. That is the point. That's how wooded and tall that stuff is. It's not like our building is going to be stuck out there at the gateway to 30A, whatever it was, how they called the building. We're going to have a nice buffer right there that protects, the view for those of us that don't like that don't like the way the building looks. This is looking from inside out, so that's looking back towards the water tower, obviously. So that would be pad site for the building, and that's looking back towards 98. Can't see 98 at all. No idea that it's there. So unless you've got some questions for me, I believe that handles everything that I feel like I needed to rebut. Is there anything you need me to address or one of our consultants?
I just have one. I went to the meeting, I forgot the name of the park. Where was that? It was the community?
Camp Helen.
Yes, yes. And at that point, you were, I just wanted to be clear for the record. At that point, you were using a 2013 traffic study. You only most recently got an updated traffic study, correct? Because if I remember right, I was in there, and that's what I heard.
Good afternoon, Robert Carroll. I have been sworn in. So there's not a traffic study that's required. What your code requires is that basically you have traffic concurrency, and it's to determine how many trips your particular development generates, and then those numbers are applied. In the past, it was prop share, X number of trips in a failing road, you pay this X number of dollars, which goes into a fund, which is for future improvements. Same thing with this. A mobility fee will be applied based on the number of trips that this project generates. You collect that money for you once you have a big enough pot of money to do improvements with.
And that, what is that? What was that amount I saw? What,
$67,000.
$67,000?
That's based on the county's formula. That's not our formula.
And buys what, a couple stop signs? All right, thanks.
Okay, I have a question about stormwater.
Nope. Stormwater, that's your.
You don't get off that easy, Commissioner.
So you've got a 25-year stormwater plan. What exactly is the plan?
So we were involved in the project in the very beginning. So we worked with Mr. Humphreys when all this was developed and master planned. All of it is self-contained. It's an exfiltration system. It actually holds a 100-year storm throughout the entire project. There's, I believe, this property owner pays an assessment as part of their dues. There's shared parking, shared lift station. Everything was master planned for a project here. So it's all already installed. The only thing that was never done was the actual building pad built. The water's there, sewer's there, drainage is there, every bit of that infrastructure was
So
previously
whatever is
installed.
there is existing, you're not putting in anything additional?
It's all installed already, yes, ma'am. All the vegetation's there. We can't touch any of that vegetation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It concerns me that the planning board denied this 5-2. Obviously, they had reasons. You mentioned a few of them. I don't know what the others are, but my concerns are the ingress egress, you know, because of, as people have stated, that's a really, really rough corner, which is why they did the underpass there. And our job, honestly, is to be sure that our citizens are safe and the well-being of them. And I know I beat that horse all the time, but it's true. And we've just got to be very careful. And doubling the size of what was initially planned, I understand that you want to double the size, but doubling the size and the traffic, I mean, a restaurant's usually going to be busy. If it's open breakfast, lunch, and dinner, probably that. And in the middle of the day, not so much. With something like this, it's kind of like all day. So I don't know if I agree with that. And it does state in here that it does not meet the traffic concurrency, which is why it would have been under the proportionate fair share program, it would have been $67,000. Money doesn't save lives like that. I mean, that in exchange for the undue problems and issues that on that corner would cause is not worth it to me. So for that reason, for me.
But if I could just address that for a second for everybody else, if your mind may be made up. But you're saying doubling the size of the building, but in doubling the size of the building, we get back to the impacts, or very close to the impacts, that the restaurant that was previously proposed for that site would have already had. So I heard one gentleman, I think it was Mr. Jaffe, stand up here and say, if we were here talking about a 4,000 square foot restaurant, nobody would be complaining. Well, the impacts from that restaurant are the same as our development, as the one we're proposing. Same impacts, same traffic, essentially. I mean, I think we're 4 less than what the restaurant would have been. So, and we're a little bit less on the parking. So we have extra parking where the restaurant wouldn't have. So that concern, while it is a very legitimate concern, and I do get it, really is not a factor that plays into whether or not we meet the requirements of the Land Development Code and the comp plan, which we do.
Well, the part that you don't meet is the safety part. That's the part you don't meet. And the ingress and egress on that piece of property looks like a cluster mess, actually, to try to add that into what's already there when those apartments are lived in again. So for me, I'm sorry. Any other comments, questions for Mr. Tatum?
I don't have one Mr. Atkinson, is there any, legal ramification about changing that use from in the documents as a restaurant to now a retail store?
In terms of what documents? Our document's a development order.
Is it-
That's what they're asking for is a change, correct, Mr. Carpenter?
So,
Let Mr. Carpenter go over. So if you would, please briefly give the board just a quick history of what the first approval was and the steps that got us to this approval.
Are you referring to the first approval of this original development?
Correct.
It was approved with what is built there now, and the intent to put a restaurant on this pad that is before you today. The intent at the time was that restaurant would be, or that use would be fully prepared infrastructure-wise to come in and do the roughly 4,000 square foot restaurant.
So if I'm looking in 2013, there was a major development order that approved a 125-room limited lodging facility with a 2,000 square foot restaurant inside the facility and a 4,840 square foot future freestanding restaurant. This major development order will be amending that 4,800 square foot restaurant into this. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct, yes, sir.
Did the prior development order comply with land development code?
Yes, it did.
so the question today is, do we allow the change?
Do you approve or
Do
deny
we
the
approve the
change?
change in the development order from a 4,800 square foot to a 9,600 square foot? That's the gist of this whole thing.
Yes, sir. A couple of things, if I could, that I would like to point out. Mr. Tatum suggested this picture is what the DRB approved. That is not correct. This is the picture presented, but they specifically excluded those surfing people that are up on the wall.
I was wondering about that.
They did not approve that, and if I could read from the staff report, page 4 of 10, 4 conditions from the DRB. The mechanical areas must be recessed and incorporated into the building's architecture to eliminate visibility from any angle at ground level. Removal of the windows displays as shown and labeled on this picture. And the linear and continuous wall wash lighting must be reduced and replaced by wall sconces that contain a point source light of limited beam spread, and all signage must be backlit to replace external lighting. And quite frankly, commissioners, I'm concerned that these conditions might not be strong enough for this particular applicant, given our previous experience on the last 2 developments that were presented to the county.
I agree with you 100%. To your point, and to Ms. Harris's point, the one in Miramar Beach at the end of Holiday Road is orange and blue and yellow, and there's all kinds of stuff outside there, all
Yes,
kinds of
ma'am.
stuff. And even at Gulf Place, there's all kinds of stuff out in the walkway that's not supposed to be there. So, yes.
If I may, motion to deny based on the ingress, egress, and also based on the fact that they're asking for a doubling of the
He had made a motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Pardon me?
I wasn't done with my rebuttal. Can I please finish?
He is, as the applicant, entitled to complete his rebuttal. That
Okay.
is
I
true.
withdraw the motion
No,
temporarily.
you can have
You
the
can
motion
leave it there.
second. If it changes, it changes, but you fine with that, Mr. Tatum?
Yes, that's fine. I just want some clarity. Are we saying that we're denying this project because there were problems, or alleged problems with another Alvin's Island project somewhere else in the county?
no.
Because that's what I'm hearing said.
No, that was what I
That's
said.
not what I said. What I said. very
Okay, well, hold on a minute. I'm gonna stop everybody for a second. Mr. Tatum, you're welcome to finish your
You're right. I
rebuttal.
shouldn't have questioned them. You're absolutely right. I realized it as I was saying it, and I apologize. I should not have questioned them.
Oh, shoot, it was just good fun.
I'm going to point out again, we meet all the setbacks, we meet all the requirements of the Land Development Code. You have a Land Development Code in effect for a reason. It is for the structured, orderly control of growth. That's what the Land Development Code is adopted for. The Land Development Code is adopted to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people and our visitors. Okay? So you adopted provisions that allow certain uses on that property. This is one of those uses. You adopted those provisions because you were trying to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public. So I don't see an avenue in my mind, and of course I'm biased, how there is anything that you can hang your hat on to deny a project that, according to staff, according to your compatibility analysis, meets every single requirement that we're required to do. You can't, according to Florida statutes, and I think that's 163-3180, just for the record, you can't deny a project now based on transportation issues because of the mobility fee.
That's not
adoption.
what we,
Okay.
That's my, I understand we cannot deny based on traffic. So that's why I was very careful. I did not say a word about traffic. But the ingress and egress to the project is a health and safety issue. In my opinion, and, you know, for what it's worth, but I've directed traffic at that intersection a lot of times. Putting both of those on top of the traffic that's already there by a project that is already there. But now you're putting more traffic on that ingress and egress. It is very close together and both empty on 30A. And it's right there at a very congested, dangerous intersection. But you got another ingress, egress from the Shade Restaurant, I believe it is, directly across the street. I mean, all this traffic's dumping into a very small area. I think had it been designed with a little more care towards how to get in and out of there, then we might be talking. Also, you're doubling what's already been approved. And I think that's a policy call for the board, that if we allow you to double the size of a project 12 years after its approval. That's just my opinion, and I will see in a minute whether I got two more that agree with me.
I have a feeling you do. But I'm just going to say it again. We meet all the requirements of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. There is no competent substantial evidence at all in the record that says that our design is unsafe. In fact, y'all already approved this design when you approved the restaurant there. The amount of impacts from our building are going to be identical to what the restaurant would have provided. So the safety concerns with the ingress egress, while they're valid, but they're valid anywhere up and down Highway 98 and 38 at this point. Everything is congested, and especially during high season. I understand that, but you at some point have to rely on people to be able to function the way they're supposed to when they're driving a car or riding a bicycle or crossing a road. And I know that's a big ask, but what I'm trying to impart here is you've already improved or approved this design in the past. I mean, a restaurant is allowed to go there that will produce 48 PM peak hour trips, or you could let us go there and we'll produce 44 PM peak hour trips. But either way, we're meeting the Land Development Code and Comp Plan, and that is your guide. That's what tells you what you're supposed to approve and deny. So, unless y'all got anything else, that's where I'm gonna stop.
thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny the project.
Commissioner Glavell, let me clarify. When you say we're doubling the size, are you referencing the change in size from the existing development order to the new project?
Yes, this was 4,800, 4,600, whatever, in the original documents. And now we're going to 96. I think that's a substantial change.
Is that
And-
is part of your discussion there related to the change in the use and the impacts associated with one use versus the other?
Not really.
Okay.
I think it's more just increase, the doubling of the size doesn't meet with what was approved previously. Had they went with that size, I don't think we would even be sitting here. But doubling a building is a substantial change. to the development order. And I don't think we're bound to approve it, and I don't think we should approve it.
Okay, once again, we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
I'm
opposed?
sorry.
Any opposed?
I said aye.
5-0 to deny.
Can we take a break? now?
Yes, yes. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
And Commissioner Craig.
so we can get the big ones out of the way. So we're going to work on Arris.
Thank you,
And
Madam
Mr.
Chairman.
Carpenter?
This development has been reviewed by Bob Baronti, and I'll ask him to briefly introduce it.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is Arris, project number MAJ24-000011, formerly known as MAJ23-000002. This is a major development application submitted by McNeill Carroll Engineering on behalf of Arris Holding, requesting to develop 142 multifamily units in Clubhouse with 20% income restricted units on 11.05 plus or minus acres with a future land use of residential and mixed use in the zoning district of neighborhood infill and village mixed use. The property is located in District 5 and is approximately 1.2 miles north of the intersection of US Highway 98 on US Highway 331 south on the east side of US Highway 331, and can be identified by the project numbers or parcel numbers in your staff report. On July 2nd, 2024, the TRC voted to recommend approval by a vote of 4-0. On November 7th, 2024, the DRB voted to recommend approval of the project and move the project to the Planning Commission for their consideration for a vote of 6-0. On February 13th, 2025, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and move the project to the Walton County Board of County Commissioners for their consideration for a vote of 6-0. May I enter the staff report in the record, please?
Yes. so
Madam
moved.
Chair, I just want one just quick clarification. It was asked at the Planning Commission whether there was any protected plants being affected in this development. We went back to the applicant and asked them to go to their subject matter experts. They agreed that there are none. I've given you the report up on top. Our environmental planner concurs. There's no there's no impact of stormwater, and all the conditions that needed to happen before it comes to this board has been approved and completed, and there are no public comments either for or against.
Okay, wonderful.
Do you have any questions before I turn it over to the applicant?
Is this another phase to the existing
No,
apartment?
this is a standalone. It's in front of Sanctuary, but it's a standalone project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No,
Okay.
Not yet.
If you would like to present the plans?
Unless he just wants to talk, I'll make him a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Well, we've got a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience?
Mr. Carroll, do you want to say anything at all? You're riding the winner.
It's hard to follow a great staff report in that, so.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any comments from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, Madam Chairman.
Hey, Mike, give them just a second to get out. Give them just a second to gather all their stuff up.
I believe we're at number 2 now. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
2, okay, okay. And I believe all the rest of these are plats, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. We have 7 of those to consider. Starting with number 2, the saltwater replat. This is requested approved by final plat. It's been reviewed by Kelly Schultz of our staff. This plat is a result of a minor development and 4 less than minor developments to adjust this particular site. And essentially, this replat is requested to accommodate some regrading and stormwater and retention wall or retaining wall changes to the site
To make it
during
better?
construction.
To make it better,
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any comments from the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 3?
I'm sorry you didn't get to talk.
And Madam Chair, if I may, if I may hop in, that was a replat. We're going to take a little test run at something right here. Mr. Carpenter, the remaining plats are identified as Lot 52 Coyote Beach Resort Plat, Alice, number 4, Alice Beach Block WW Lots 1 through 5 Plat, number 5, Nature Walk 5, request to approve by, Phase 5, request to approve by final plat, number 6, Century 2 Plat, number 7, Holley Grove Phase 1 Plat, and number 8, Holley Grove Phase 2 Plat. Do all of those meet the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan and have surveys in consistency with Florida statute and the record plat statute been filed with the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you want to ask if anybody wishes to speak on any of these items, if there are no persons who wish to speak on any of those items, there is no evidence that would deny that, and therefore the board may approve them.
All together?
Does
Yes, sir.
anyone wish to speak?
Motion to approve them all together.
Second.
Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none. We have a motion and a second to approve all of the plats. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much today. It's been a long day.
Assuming we
That's all
don't get
have for you.
sued over that, or I somehow get disbarred for trying that, that might become a new consent agenda.
Ed missed it.
Halfway to a consent agenda for plats. We're trying.